Hi, my name is Juan Martinez. I am a data analyst, and in this video we are going to solve some easy SQL problems. Okay, we are going to create some queries on SQL on the SQL/practice.com or SQL-practice.com. So this is a website where we can practice our SQL skills. So let's get started. Okay. You can do the following like me. This is a walkthrough. So we are going to see here, if you enter the website, also I'm going to post the link in the description down below. But here we can see, okay, I'm just going to zoom in a little bit, and we can press start to start making the query. So we can see here what is being requested for us or to us. We have to show the first name, the last name, and the gender of patients whose gender is M. Okay, so here we have a database which is about patients in a hospital. So it's a database from a hospital, from a fictitious hospital. So we have here our information about the table and the different columns. We have table patient ID, first name, last name, gender, birth date, city, province ID, allergies, height, and weight. And we also have hints of the expected output. Maybe you can see it here, maybe you don't. Okay, I'm just going to place myself on the side, and here you can see what is expected from us on the query. Also, we can get some hints. For example, if we press the get hint button, we can see down here the keywords. So the keywords are select and where. Okay, so we need first to understand the problem, and we also need to know the columns and what is expected from us to query. Okay, so we have to show the first name. So we begin by using the select statement, and we have to find where the first name is located. So if we take a look at the columns, we can see first name. Okay, we see that it's text or a string, and so we can just choose that, select first name. Also, they want us to show the last name. So we can see here on the patients table that we have a last name column. So we are going to also query that, select last name, and we need to select or show the gender of patients whose gender is M. Okay, we think M could be referring to masculine. So I'm going to take a look at the table if there is something related to gender, and I can see here that I have a gender column, which is char of 1, which means there are only one line of text or one character. So I can just query that by also selecting gender, and I'm going to do it like format it a little bit nicer. Okay, we have our columns, but the problem statement says that only the patients whose gender is M. So for that, we have to make a filter. So for a filter, we have to use the where clause, and we have to specify the filter. Okay, what we are filtering. We are filtering gender, and it has to be M. Okay, so we are saying select all these columns, first name, last name, and gender, where the column gender or the value inside the column gender equals to M. It could be masculine, I don't know. So now we have to close our query, and you can click on run, or you can just use the control or command plus enter keys on your keyboard. And here we are seeing that we have a problem. What's the problem? Okay, the problem is that I didn't select the table. I didn't select the database or the table to extract these columns from. So to solve that, we have to use the from clause. So after we select our columns, we have to say from, and we are choosing our table. In this case, it seems that the table name is patients. Okay, we have here from patients, and also a tooltip is showing us here that indeed patients is the name of the table. So I'm just going to do that and click run again, and indeed we have what we wanted to have, and here it says you got the query correct. So also don't forget to use the clauses. Don't forget to use from and where in this case, and also here they show you their solution or the web page solution. So indeed we have the same, but there are instances where we can have different solutions for the same problem. So we can see here the results, and everything is totally correct. So that's our first query, and leave in the comments down below if you find this useful. Was it hard or easy? And in following videos we are going to solve more SQL problems, easy, intermediate, and advanced SQL problems. So don't forget to subscribe, and I'll see you next time. Hi, and welcome to my YouTube channel. In this video we are going to solve an easy SQL problem or an easy SQL query. So we are doing this on the SQL or SQL scorepractice.com. Okay, that's the website we are going to use to solve these problems and to practice our SQL skills. So we have already finished our first SQL problem. Now we are going to do the second one. And for the second one, after doing this, the first one, you have to choose the second one on view all questions. And we have already completed the first one. If you don't know how to do it, there is a video I have uploaded. You can check it on the link. The link is in the description. Okay, so here we're just going to choose the easy ones and the second one. So here we have to read the problem statement. So it says show first name and last name of patients who does not have allergies, and who does, it says null in parentheses, which means that the patients who doesn't have allergies in the table shows instead null. Okay, we know the problem statement. We can take a look at the information of the table, the patients table. This is a database from a fictitious hospital just to practice. So we have information about patients, their weight, height, their gender, birth date, everything related as like a real hospital database could look like. Also we have the hints, the expected output. So we have the first name and the last name. That's exactly what it's asking us, the first name and the last name, but only for people who doesn't have allergies. So also we can get hints if it's difficult for us. So the keywords the web page is suggesting us to use is select, where, and is null. Okay, so we can begin our SQL query. We are going to begin by using the select statement or clause, and we have to see what is requesting us. It's requesting us the first name, so I need to find the first name on the table. So here I can see that I have a first name column, so I'm going to select that, comma, and also it is requesting us the last name of the patients. Okay, we have the patients table, and in the columns I can see that there is a last name column. So I'm going to use that last name, last underscore name. We have to choose from where we want this data, and we want this from the patients table. And also it says we are not dot because it says of the patients who does not have allergies. So we need to find the information about the allergies, and we can see in the tables, in the patients table, that we have allergies as text. So this is our column, and we are going to filter that using the where clause. So we are going to use where patients, no, sorry, allergies. And here we need to choose the ones who have null in the allergies column. Okay, so for that I cannot use this because it's not going to work. Instead, what we have to do is using the is null. Okay, this statement is selecting only the rows where there is not a null value in the selected column, in this case allergies. And now we can close our query, and you can click on run or Control Enter to run the query. And yeah, it seems we have it correct. Here it says you got the query correct, and also here it shows a solution that you can compare it with yours. And we have also here our output showing 1 to 100 of 2000 results. And yeah, so this website is very useful if you want to learn or to practice your query skills. You can, for example, go to go to the SQL database here on the left part of the website and see the schema of the different databases. So this is for the hospital database. We have patients, admissions, etc. And you can also learn the basics like select statement, where clause, filtering, functions, etc. tables. So it's a great website to practice your skills. And leave on the comments down below what do you think. Was it easy? Was it hard for you? Are you learning? For how long have you been learning about SQL or data analysis in general? So that's it for my video, and don't forget to subscribe if you want to see more solutions to practice or in order to practice SQL. Bye. Hi, and welcome back to my YouTube channel. My name is Juan Martinez. I am a data analyst, and in this video we are going to solve an easy SQL problem. We are going to use the SQLpractice.com webpage. The link is in the description down below. So if you want to follow me, this is a walkthrough. So we are choosing the hospital database, and we are doing the third easy question. So in order to access that question, you have to go here to view all questions and select the third one. We have already completed the first two. And so, if you want to take a look at how to solve those two first problems, you can check those videos on my YouTube channel. So here we are inside the question. So here it says the problem statement. So it says show first name of patients that start with the letter C. Okay, first of all, we need to understand the problem. So it wants us to show the first name of the patients that start with the letter C. Okay, the first name has to start with the letter C. And first of all, we need to understand the table. So we have here our patients table, and you can see all the different columns it has: first name, last name, gender, etc. And here it has some hints. So if you click on the expected output, it says what the output should look like or is expected to look like. So we have the first name, and as you can see, all the names start with the letter C. Also, you can get more hints pressing this button, get hint, and it shows the some keywords. Okay, so this is a little bit of help. It says like you can use select, where, and like. Okay, that's what the web page is suggesting to you. So first we have to begin by using the select statement or clause, and we have to choose the column we want to select and query. So the problem statement says that we have to show the first name. So we need to look at the patients table and find information about the first name. So we can see here that we have a first name column. So I'm going to choose that first name, and we don't have to show more columns like that, but we need to specify from where we want that column. So in this case, it's from the patients table. This is the name of the table. And also it says that it only needs to be the patients whose first name starts with the letter C. So we need to filter that using the where clause, and we need to specify which column we want to filter about or on. So we have to choose the where first name, and here we need only the names which start with the letter C. So for doing that, we need to use the like clause or function, and we need to specify how the data inside looks like. So this only works when we have, for example, or it's very useful when we have text data. In this case, we have text as the first name, and we can specify only the letter C. But if we only choose this like C, it only filters the names who are like the letter C. So only names who only have letter C are going to be queried. This is just the same as just saying equals to C. But with like, we can also use some parameters, also called as wildcards, and one of those is the percentage sign. So what the percentage sign is telling us is that find the data which start with this letter in this case, but also has an infinite or can have any number of characters afterwards. So it has to start with the letter C, but after that it can have as many characters, 1, 2, 3, none, whatever. We don't care. We only care that it starts with the letter C. So after doing this, we can now run our query, and indeed we got the query correct, and we have here the first name, and as you can see in the filter here statement or where statement, we specify that the first name has to be like C. Okay, C, it has to start with C, and it can have as many characters as they are in the data. So it can has 1, 2, 3, doesn't matter how many. For example, we have here that there is a name C and Y. So what we only care is that it start with the letter C. Afterwards, it can have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 characters afterwards. Okay, so this is all for this query. Leave a comment down below if you find this useful, if it was hard for you or not, and how many months, weeks, days, or years are you been trying to learn SQL or data analysis. And don't forget to subscribe to my channel if you want to see more videos like this. Thanks. Hi, and welcome to my YouTube channel. I'm a data analyst. My name is Juan Martinez, and in this video I'm going to show you how to solve an easy SQL problem. This is the fourth problem in our SQL in our SQL. I'm a little bit nervous, as you can see, in our SQL program, or just a series of videos. And here is the fourth one. We are using the SQL scorepractice.com webpage, and the link is in the description down below. So if you want to follow, through. So after getting to the SQL practice website, we are going to choose the hospital database and select the fourth question. So here we have the fourth question, and it says, show first name and last name of patients that weighed within the range of 100 to 120, and in parentheses, inclusive. So, okay, we have this statement, the problem statement. We have our table, and we can see all the columns: patient ID, first name, last name, gender, birth date, city, weight, height, etc. We have the expected output. So we have the first name and last name, and it has to be 952 results. And also we can get some hints if we click on get hint, that button, and it shows us the solution keywords that it's recommending us to use. So it's recommending us to use select, where, and between those clauses. So we can begin our solving this problem. So first of all, we need to understand the problem. So we have to show the first name and last name, and that's fairly easy because we have a first name and last name columns in the patients table. But here's the problem, that those patients have to wait, or need to have a weight within the range of 100 to 120. So here we see that, okay, we have a weight column, so that was easy. We know where the data is. We know that it is an integer, so it's a number. So we only need to filter and show where the minimum value of the weight is 100 and the maximum is 120. And as saying here inclusive means that we need to also include the 100 and 120. So if we are using, for example, is greater than 100 and less than 120, it's going to show us only the results for 101 and 119. So we need to make to be aware of that. So we are going to begin by using the select clause, and we need to select our columns. We know that we need to select first name, comma, and last name, because that was stated on the problem here. And we need to select the database or the table we want to pull these columns from. So we know that the table is the patients table because it says here. And now we need to filter using the where statement. So we need to filter using the weight column because that's the condition, where weight, and like I said, we need to use between 100 and 120. We are using that because if we use, for example, where weight greater than 100 and less than 100, for example, if I select, let's say, weight, oh sorry, I'm going to check this. Okay, so if I use the more than and less than, it shows us the weights ranging from 101, okay, that's the minimum, and 119. So we are not going to find 100 and 120 in this query. So instead we are going to use between 100 and 120. So that's going to be to include also 100 and 120. And now we need to close our query, and you can click on run or control enter on your computer. So here it says that it doesn't match the expected output. Maybe it was because, yeah, I need to select again the first name and the last name, because that's what it was requested from us, the first name and last name from the patients table, where the weight is between 100 and 120. So now if we run again, we got the query correct. So we have here the output and the solution the web page suggests to use, and there are other alternative solutions. For example, you can see here that it is using the less than and or the more than or greater than and less than, but also says, for example, here greater or equals to 100 and weight less than or equals to 120. So that's another solution to use. And so that's it for this video. If you find it interesting and useful, leave a comment down below, also a like, and subscribe to the YouTube channel if you want to learn more about how to solve SQL queries. See ya. Hi, and welcome to my YouTube channel. My name is Juan Martinez. I am a data analyst, and in this video I'm going to show you how to solve an easy SQL problem. Okay, so we are going to be using the SQLpractice.com website. I'm going to leave the link on the description down below. And after that, we are going to choose the hospital database. And it is the fifth question. So it's the question which says, update the patients table for the allergies column, etc. It's an easy one. And I'm going to erase this. And here we have the problem. So the problem says, update the patients table for the allergies column. If the patient's allergies is null, then replace it with NKA. Okay, so in my opinion, this is not like a very easy one. We have our the information about the table, the different columns, and we have hints. So for example, in this case, there is no like expected output. It's not showing us that, but instead it shows us some keywords that we can use to solve this SQL problem. So we can use update, set, where, and is. Okay, so first of all, we need to understand the problem. So we need to update the patients table. Okay, this is the patients table, and we need to update it. So we need to change some values that lies already within the table, but specifically for the allergies column. And also we have a filter or a condition. So if the patient's allergies is null, then you need to replace it with NKA. So we need to replace the null values in the allergies column. Replace that null value for NKA. So we need to begin by using the update clause, which is going to update our table. We need to specify which table we want to update. So in this case, I'm going to update the patients table. And after that, I need to use this set clause, because I need to specify the column I want to update. So I want to update the allergies column, which we have here. And we need to say allergies is equal. Okay, and I want to update. So I want the allergies column to have this value. But I don't want this value to update all the rows in that column. Because if I only leave this, it doesn't matter what the values were in the allergies column, it's going to replace all of them for NKA. But I just want to replace the values which are null. So I need to use where clause, where the values in this column are null. In this case is null. Okay, with this I can just only replace the values in the allergies column where the original values are null. So I can close my query now, and you can click on run or control plus enter on your keyboard, or command enter if you're using Mac, and let's see if it's correct. Okay, we got the query correct, and we modified 2059 rows, and this is the solution the website is giving to us. So if you didn't know how to do it, you can always skip the question and see the solution, and you can analyze what happened, what went wrong, and what the solution was at the end. So we already have the solution here, and it was correct. So if you find this video useful, don't forget to leave a comment, hit the like button, and also don't forget to subscribe if you want to see more SQL problems and walkthroughs and more tutorials. And I'll see you in the next one. And bye bye. Hi, and welcome to my YouTube channel. My name is Juan Martinez. I am a data analyst, and in this video I'm going to show you how to solve some SQL problems. We are going to start in this series with easy problems. So this is the 5th or 6th one. I don't remember quite well. Maybe it's the 5th one. And I'm going to show you how to solve this problem. So we are going to be using working on the SQL scorepractice.com website. The link is going to be on the description down below. And after going to that website, we are going to select the hospital database, and we are going to select the first, second, third, fourth, fifth, the 6th problem, or the 6th question. So I'm going to erase this, and you can follow me in this tutorial. Okay, so we need to read the statement or the question. So it says show first name and last name concatenated into one column to show their full name. Okay, that's the problem. We need to understand that. We have our information about the table, the patient's table, and this is information about a hospital or patients inside a hospital. And here we have the expected output. So this is the expected output. There is a full name we need to display, and we can also get hints by clicking on the get hint button. So if you don't know how to approach this question, you can also get hints. So here it gives us some solution keywords. I remember if you get hint one more time, it gives you a portion of the solution, not all the solution, but a portion of it. And yeah, and that's it. And if you have used all the hints and still don't know how to answer this question, you can skip the question and see the answer by yourself and analyze what did you do wrong. Okay, but we are going to do this in this tutorial, and I'm going to help you through. So we need to understand the question at hand. So it says we need to show the first name and last name. Okay, so the first name and last name in this patient's table are in the first name and last name columns. So that was pretty easy, but it says it has to be concatenated into one column to show the full name. So we don't need to. So if I, for example, do this, select first name, last name from patients. If I do this, that's not the correct solution, because it's showing the first name and the last name in two different columns. But the problem statement asks us to show the name, the first name and the last name in one column. So we need to combine those columns into one to show the full name. So for doing that, I need first to do the select or type the select clause, and I need to use the concat function. So what the concat function does is that combines two or more columns. So for example, in this case we have text column, so it's going to combine the text of each column and unify it into one single column. So I need to specify inside the parentheses which columns I want to combine. So I want to combine the first name and I want to combine the last name. And then we have to specify from where we are going to pull these columns, from which table, and it is the patients table. Okay, but there is a problem. If I run this query by clicking here on run, it says incorrect solution. Your query does not match the expected output. Request a hint for help. And so what is the problem? The problem is that with concat, it combines the information, but in this case, it doesn't have or doesn't give us a space between the first name and the last name, or the values inside the columns. So to fix that problem, we need to also concat something else, and we need to insert a space. And to do that, we can use this, which I don't remember the name in English right now. And you can also leave a space between them, and by doing that, it's going to show the first name and combine it with a space, and then it's going to show the last name. So if we close our query now and hit run, we can see that we have the query correct. We got it correctly, and we can see here the solution it offers to us. So the difference is that it gave a nickname to the column. We didn't call we didn't specify the name of the column. So in this case, it shows concat first name space last name, etc., or in quotes, first name space quotes single quotes space last name. So that's the name of our column. But if we had done this as, for example, full underscore name, it would show full name instead of this concat and etc. Also, it offers us some alternative solutions. So this is another solution that we could have used. And also, yep, so that's it for this SQL problem and our SQL tutorial. And if you find this video useful and interesting, don't forget to leave a comment in the comment section down below. And also don't forget to like this video if you liked it, and don't forget to subscribe as well. I'll see you in the next one, and thank you so much. Hi, and welcome back to my channel. In this case, we are going to solve an easy SQL problem. This is the 7th in our series, and let's begin. Okay, so we are going to use the SQLpractice.com website, SQLscorepractice.com website. The link, I'm going to share it with you in the description down below. And we are going to make the 7th easy question for the hospital database. So we select the hospital database, we see all the questions, we choose easy on the difficulty, and we choose this one, which says show first name, last name, etc. Okay, so first of all, we need to understand the problem of this SQL question. So it says show first name, last name, and the full province name of each patient. Example, Ontario instead of on. Okay, so first of all, I'm going to delete all of this, and I'm going to check the tables. In this case, we have two tables. The patients table, which has information about the patients in a hospital, their names, gender, city, allergies, weight, height, etc. And also we have a province names table, which has a province ID and province name. Okay, so we can check real quick, because we have worked with the patients table, we are familiar with it, but with the province names we are not. So we have to select that. I'm going to select it just to see what is going on. Select everything from province names. Okay, so we can see here the province ID is like an acronym for the province name. So we have the province name Alberta, the province ID is AB, and for BC in the province ID, the province name is British Columbia. So it seems that these are like states or areas inside Canada, Ontario, Quebec, Nova Scotia, etc. So with this in mind, we can also get some hints if we are not sure about how to approach this problem. The first hint we have here is the expected output. So we can see they expect us to deliver the show the first name, last name, and the province name. In this case, the province name is, we see that it is this one, Nova Scotia, Ontario, etc. And also we can get some more hints. If we click on get hint, it shows some keywords. So here we see that the keywords are select and join. So we can have an idea on how to approach this problem. And if we also get another hint, the website gives us another hint. This is, in this case, a portion of the solution. So we can see here that it is using the join to answer this question. Okay, so we have to understand the problem. So it says that we need to show the first name and last name of each patient. So the first name and last name are in the patients table. So I'm going to just select those. Select first name, comma, last name from patients. Okay, so that was rather easy. And if I run by clicking on this run button or pressing Ctrl plus Enter, I can see the first name and the last name of the patients. But it says, and the full province name of each patient. Example, Ontario instead of on. So the province names are in the province names table. And we have seen that the province ID is just the first two letters, or not the first two letters, but it's like an acronym of the entire province name of the full province name. But the entirety of the province name is in the province name column. And now we have to join the patients table with the province names table. How are we going to do this? So we can see that in order to connect these two tables, we need a foreign key and a primary key. So in this case, we need to see what's in common with between the patients table and the province names table. So we see that there is a province ID column in the patients table and a province ID column in the province names column. In the province names table. So this is the similar column between these two tables. And also we can see that here it is like a silver key or a gray key. So this means that this column is a foreign key. So it means that this foreign key or this column is related to another column in another table. In this case, to this column, the province ID column in the province names table. And the province ID, here we see like a golden key, which means that this is a primary key. Okay, this is the primary key which identifies each province, and this province ID in the province names is related to the province ID in the patients table. So every patient, for example, if I select everything every patient has a province ID as well. Okay, you can see here the province ID. So that's what we are going to use to connect these two tables. So to do that, let me just rewrite here what we had before. I'm going to use the join clause. Join clause is going to allow us to connect two tables or more. So in this case, I'm going to join the province names table, okay, with the patients table, and I need to specify on which column are we going to connect these two tables. In this case, I'm going to connect the tables on the province ID columns. So first of all, I need to, because the name is the same in both tables, province ID, province underscore ID, I need to specify from which table are those columns. So in this case, I'm going to just say patients because it's the name of the table, dot province ID. Okay, this is referring specifically to this column, is equal to province names dot province ID. So what this means is that we are connecting these two tables based on the province ID column in both tables, and we are connecting, or we are matching the rows on where the province ID, for example, in the patients table, is equal to the province ID on the province names table. So this person, for example, this patient, the patient number 1, Donald Waterfield, has the province ID ON, which I think it's Ontario. So it's going to connect this one and align it or match it with the province ID ON, the same, in this table, which is Ontario as well. So other thing we are missing is that it wants us to show the full province name. So also the province name is the column province name, and also we can this is a good course of action to specify the name of the tables. In this case, I'm going to say patients dot first name, patients dot last name, and province names dot province name. Okay, why am I doing this? Because sometimes in two tables we have not only one similar column, but we can have multiple columns named the same. So we need to specify from which table we want to grab those columns, those informations. Okay, so if we now close our SQL query and run it, okay, you can see that we got the query correct. You can see we have the first name down here, first name, last name, and the province name. And also here it gives us a solution just to compare it with our own. And that's all. If you find this interesting, don't forget to subscribe and comment down below, and I'll see you in the next one. Thanks. Hi, in this video we're going to solve an easy SQL problem. Okay, so let's begin. And this SQL problem, we can find it in the SQL scorepractice.com webpage. The link, I'm going to share it with you in the description down below. So after doing that, we need to select the hospital database, which is this one, and we are going to select the 8th question. So we can count 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Okay, we have completed the other ones already. And first of all, we need to understand the question. So the question says, show how many patients have a birth date with 2010 as the birth year. Okay, so first of all, we are looking at a database from a hospital, a fictional hospital. So we have a table here called patients, which has information about patients inside a hospital. For example, the first name, the last name of the patient, the gender, the city, the height, weight, etc. So the question wants us to show the patients, or how many patients have a birth date. Okay, birth date, here we need to find information related to the birth date in our table. So we can see that we have a birth date column already. So this is easy. We see that it is a date type format, and it says that with 2010 as the birth year. So if we select, for example, everything from the patients table, we can take a look at the table itself, the information inside. So you can see we have the patient ID, first name, last name, gender, and now the birth date. So I'm just going to take myself out of the picture right here. Okay, so you can see better. And you can see that they have a birth date, beginning with the year, then the month, and then the day. Birth date, we have 2017, 1967, 1993, etc. And we have also these other columns, but we are our focus has to be on the birth date. That's what we care about. So we have some hints. The website provides us with some hints to complete this question if we don't know how to approach it. So for example, the expected output is 55. So we are supposed to have the same output from our query, which is 55. Also, we can have some other hints if we click on the get hint, and we can see here the solution keywords, which are select, count, where, and year. So these are some clauses we can use. The website is providing to us to complete this question. And if we click get hint again, we can see a portion of the solution. I recommend you only using this if you don't know how to, if you are lost and you still don't know, even with the expected output and the solution keywords, you don't know how to approach the question and how to solve it. Select the solution portions, and so that you can see one portion of the solution, and the other is only going to show a line of code, and the other lines are blurry. Okay, so let's begin answering this question. So first of all, we need to select, and because it says how many in the question, we need to count. Okay, to count how many. So for counting, we use the count clause or function. So this aggregation is going to count everything in our table. So in this case, we have, if I only leave this, it's going to count every row, and it's going to deliver 4,530, which are the name of the results or the rows. And I specify from which table I want this data, from the patients table. But now I need to specify this, where the birthday is 2010. Okay, so for doing that, or to do that, I need the where clause, and I specify which column I'm going to filter on. So the column is going to be birth date. Okay, and I just need people or patients who have 2010 as the birth year. Okay, so what I can do here, I can do many things. I can say, for example, here year is equal to 2010, and this can work. Or what I can do is also this. for example, because it could be the case that birth date is not taken as a date format. Maybe it's a string or something. So to prevent an error, we can use this. When birthday, where birth date, like, okay, like, we can specify when it has a portion of a string or text inside the column. So if I say 2010, if I say only this, it's going to filter only or show only the rows on the birth date column which have exactly 2010. But as we can see, no one has exactly 2010 only in the row, or yeah, inside the row, because all of them have a year and then score or slash, and then the month, and then the day. So to avoid having an error, I'm going to use a wildcard. This is the percent sign. This wildcard means that it doesn't matter what comes before or after. Well, yeah, if we place it before, we don't care what comes before. And also, I'm going to place it one here after the number or the year 2010, and it means that we don't care also what comes after. We only care that it doesn't matter if we have a lot of text or strings before or after 2010. If it contains 2010, it's correct, and we want that. So if I close the query now and I run it, we should have the correct answer. So we got the query correct, and the count here, it says 55. So it was exactly as we expected. Also, they had their own solution, which is different than ours. So as you can see here, it's like I said to you before, like I showed you, where year and in parentheses birth date equals 2010. And there are other alternative solutions, so you can compare it with your own. So that's it for this SQL query. If you find it useful and interesting, don't forget to subscribe, leave a comment down below, and follow me for following SQL questions. I'll see you in the next one. Thanks. Hi, in this video I'm going to show you how to solve an easy SQL problem. This is the number 9 in our series of easy SQL problems to solve. So we are going to use the SQLpractice.com website. The link is going to be in the description down below. Once you enter this website, we have to choose the hospital database because we are working with data from a hospital, from a fictitious hospital, and we're going to view all the questions and select the easy ones, the difficulty, and we have to select the 9th one. Okay, so this one says in the problem statement, show the first name, last name, and height of the patient with the greatest height. Okay, so first of all, we need to understand the question. Also, we need to take a look at the table. We have a patients table, which has information about the patients, for example, first name, last name, gender, city, birth date, etc. And we have an expected output hit as a hint, so that we can have an idea of how it has to look like. Also, something I recommend to you is to first try to complete this assignment without any hints, so that you can see if you are doing things correctly and you can develop your analytical thinking. But if you are struggling, you can also click on the hints. For example, the expected output is this. We need to show the exact same information. First name Sam, last name Haruko, and height to 226. So we can also get more hints if we are stuck. For example, here are some solution keywords, select and max. Okay, we can have an idea of what keywords to use. And the other hint, I only recommend this if you are stuck and you don't know how to continue, and you don't really know how to approach the question, and you have tried so many times, only then you can see the solution portion. So here it shows just a line of SQL code, and the other ones are blurry, so that you can have an idea of what to use. So first of all, we have to understand the problem. So here it says show the first name, last name, and height of patient. Okay, so I can begin by doing that. Select. Okay, so the first name, it already says the name of the column. So we can see here that we have a first name, last name, and height. So I'm going to select that. Select first name, comma, last name, comma, height. And I need to specify from which table. In this case, from the patients table. But it says of the patient with the greatest height. Okay, so I need to show the patient with the latest height. So for doing that, I can do two things. I can do this, which is like the complex version. I can say where to filter, where the height is equal to, and I need to make a subquery. This is not something for an easy problem. This is more like an intermediate level, and I need to select the max height. Okay, with the max, I'm selecting the maximum value inside a column. So in this case, I'm going to select the maximum height inside the height column from patients. So what this subquery, this is a query inside a query, and what this query is doing is selecting the maximum height. So in this case, we know from the expected output that is 226. So it's selecting 226. Okay, and then it's going to filter and show the first name and last name and height where the height equals 226. So we know that only one person has this height, which is the maximum height or the greatest height, and this is like showing 226. This is it is the same if we say height is 226 or select max height, but because we don't know what is the greatest height, not without checking the expected output, and this is not going to be possible if we are being asked in a job, we need to make this subquery. So this is one way of doing it. The second way of doing it is simpler or easier. We can just select the maximum height right here. So it's going to select only the first name and the last name, and only the where we have the maximum or the greatest height from the patient's table. So if we close this query and run it, we are having the correct query. Okay, we could also have done the following, like having an alias for the height. I could have done this like in the solution provided by the website suggests, but we have only done it without it. So we have max height here in the name of the column instead of height. But the answer was correct. We had the information Sam, Haruko, and 226 as the maximum or the greatest height. So this is how we answer this solution. We have alternative answers or solutions. Here is the solution I gave to you before. And okay, that's everything for today. And if you find this interesting and useful, don't forget to subscribe, leave a comment down below, and I'll see you in the next one. Thanks. Hi, my name is Juan Martinez. I'm a data analyst, and in this video, I'm going to show you how to solve an easy SQL problem. Okay, in this series, we are on the problem number 10, and we're using the SQLpractice.com website to practice our SQL skills. So the link of this website is going to be in the description down below. After going to the website, we have to choose the hospital database because we are working with hospital data. And after that, we have to view all the questions and select the difficulty easy and select the number 10, which is this one. So the problem says, show all columns for patients who have one of the following patient underscore IDs: 145, 534, 879, and 1000. So this is the problem. This is we can see the info about the table. In this case, the patient's table. We can see that it has patient ID, first name, last name, so information relating to patients inside a hospital. Also, we have a hint, which is the expected output. So this is the output it's expected from us to query and deliver. Also, if we click on get hint, we can get some more hints like a solution keywords. So it says here that we can use select, where, and in clauses. And if we also click on get hint again, it gives us a portion of the solution. So here you can see a portion of the solution. This is, I don't recommend you to look at all the hints, only if you are stuck and don't know how to approach and solve this question. So I invite you to pause the video and solve the question by yourself. After doing that, and if you have done it correctly or incorrectly, you can compare it with my own. So let's solve it together. So first of all, I need to understand the question. Show all columns for patients who have one of the following patient IDs. Okay, so I need to show all the columns for patients. Okay, so to select all the columns, I'm just going to use the select and the star. I don't know how to say that in English. Select. This is going to be to select everything, every column from the patient's table. So I have that already, but I need to specify. I need to specify which IDs or which patients I want to show only. So to do that, I need to use the where clause, and I'm going to say where patient ID because it's requesting me to only show the patients whose ID are these ones. So I'm using this where patient ID in, and I need to open parentheses, and inside the parentheses I'm going to just select all of this, because if I say where patient ID equals, for example, 1, it's only going to show me the row in which patient ID is the number 1. But I also need to show this one. So what I can do is this. I can use where many times, and where patient ID equals 45, and where patient ID and patient ID equals 45, and but this is not working. So what I need to do is to use the in, because with in I can have multiple values to filter from. So in this case I'm going to use in 1, so this is going to be showing the same, but here I can just also specify more. For example, this is where patient ID in 1 and 45, and I can see already that I have 1 and 45. So I just need to also type the remaining IDs, and if we do this and we close our query and hit run, we can see if this is correct. So I click on run and we got the query correct. So we can see that we have patients with the ID 145, 500, 534, 879, and 1000. And we have the rest of the columns. So we got it correct. Also, we have here the solution portion, which you can compare it with your own. And that's it for today. If you find this video interesting and useful, don't forget to leave a comment, and don't forget also to subscribe to my YouTube channel. I'll see you in the next one. Thanks. Hi, and welcome back to my YouTube channel. My name is Juan Martinez. I am a data analyst, and in this video, I'm going to show you how to solve an easy SQL problem. This is for beginners, so it's going to be very easy, and we are going to use SQLpractice.com to solve this SQL problem and get better at our skills. So the link of this website is going to be in the description down below. After going to the website, we need to choose the hospital database. So we click on hospital DB and we have to click on view all questions, and we need to select the number. We have to select difficulty easy and 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, the 11 one, which says show the total number of admissions. So I'm going to delete all of this, and I can begin solving this question. So in previous SQL problems, we saw that we had a patients table, but in this case we have another table, which is admissions table. And this is, we can see the columns inside. We have a patient ID, admission date, discharge date, diagnosis, and attending doctor ID. So if we select everything from this table, we can see what's the information inside. So we can see that we have a patient ID, and which is a number, an integer. Here it says we have the admission date, discharge date, which are dates, the diagnosis: ovarian, dermoid cyst, cardiac, cancer, osteoarthritis, etc. And we have the attending doctor ID. Okay, so this is information about a diagnosis and the date when someone entered the hospital, maybe, and the date when they left the hospital. Okay, but we can also see the expected output. So the expected output is 5,067. This is a number, and the name of the column is total admissions. If we click on get hint, we can also get more help from the website. I only recommend doing this if you don't know how to approach the question itself, and try your best to doing it on your own. So I encourage you and invite you to pause the video and try to solve this SQL problem. Once you have done it, and if you are stuck or you don't know how to approach, you can resume viewing the video. So we have a solution keyword. So it says that we can use the select and count clauses in SQL. And if we click also on get hint again, we can get a portion of the solution. So here it says select count, blah, blah, blah. So I only recommend this if you are stuck and don't know how to approach the question itself. So we need to understand the question first of all. So it says show the total number of admissions. So we know that here we have every row is an admission, and here we also had our result. So here it says showing 1 to 100 of 5,067 results, and the expected output is the same. So we need to count the number of rows in this table and show that. So to do that, we can use the count, and to count everything I need to use parentheses and this star. Okay, and I need to specify from which table, in this case from admission. And I can also use a bias and to give a name to this new column, which is going to be the total. Oops, what happened? Total admissions. Okay, so I said bias. No, I wanted to. I meant alias. So we can use an alias, because if we don't, it's just going to say in the column count. So if I run this, we can see that we had everything correct. We have our column here, which has the alias
total admissions, and the number is 5067, just as requested. So this was easy, and if you find this video useful and interesting, don't forget to leave a comment and subscribe to my channel. I'll see you in the next one. Thanks. Hi, my name is Juan Martinez. I'm a data analyst, and in this video I'm going to show you how to solve an easy SQL problem. This is the number 12, if I remember correctly, on our series, and we are going to use the SQLpractice.com website to enhance our SQL abilities and skills. So the link of this website is going to be in the description down below, and you can follow through. So after we enter the website, we need to choose the hospital database because we are working with hospital data, and also we need to click on view all questions, select difficulty easy, and we have to choose the 12th one. So the 12th one is this one: show all the columns from admissions where the patient was admitted and discharged on the same day. So that's the question itself, and I first need to erase this, and we can see that we have a table which is at the admissions table, which has information about the day someone entered the hospital and the day they left the hospital and what the diagnosis was, and the ID of the doctor who attended the patient. So we can see also the expected output. So we can see it's an output of 481 rows, and we can also get some other hints like the solution keywords. In this case, it's showing us that we can use select and the where clauses, and if we click again on the get hint, we can get a portion of the solution. But I only recommend this if you don't know how to approach and if you are stuck on the problem. But if you can try. I encourage you to try first on your own, and then you can keep watching the video and we can do it together if you are stuck. So first of all, we need to understand the question. So here it says show all the columns from admissions. Okay, so first of all I need to do that. Select all the columns from admissions. Okay, that was easy. But it says where the patient was admitted and discharged on the same day. So what does that mean? If we take a look at all the data, we can see that it has an admission date and a discharge date. So we can see that this patient with the patient ID 1, who has this diagnosis and everything, entered the hospital or has the admission date set on the 6th of November 2018, and he was or she was discharged and left the hospital 2 days after, the 8th of November 2018. But the problem wants us to show only those whose admission date, okay, because we have these two columns, and discharge date are the same. So people who entered the hospital and left the hospital at the same day and didn't stay for 4 days. So to do that, I just need to do the following: where admission date. So with where I'm going to filter. So this one and this one need to be the same. So I can use the equal sign, where admission date equals this charge underscore date. So if I do that, we are supposed to have the correct answer. So we can click on run here, or using the key Control plus and enter. Sorry. So if I run this, we got the query correct, and here we can see the data. So we can see for the patient ID number 1, it has the admission date on the 20th of October, and the discharge date the same day. So we can see this, and everything was correct. We can see also the solution the website provides at the end, so that we can compare it with our own. And that's everything, and that's all for today. If you find this video useful and interesting, don't forget to subscribe, leave a comment, and I'll see you in the next one. Hi and welcome to my YouTube channel. My name is Juan Martinez. I am a data analyst, and in this video I'm going to show you how to solve an easy SQL problem. I believe this is the number 13, if I remember correctly. So we are going to use the SQLpractice.com website. The link is going to be in the description down below. You can go there and follow through. Okay, after we arrive at the website, we need to choose the hospital database. So here we are going to choose this because we are going to work with hospital data, and we have to view all the questions. Select difficulty easy and select the one which says show the patient ID and the total number of admissions for patient ID 579. So this is the one we are going to choose and the one we are going to solve. After that, I'm going to erase this and we can begin our solving our problem in SQL. So I encourage you to first doing it by yourself, and if you are stuck or have difficulties solving it, you can resume the video. So we can first take a look at the table. So we have the admissions table, which has information about patients, their date of admission, discharge, and the diagnosis, and the attending doctor, everything related to hospital. And we have the expected output. So we can see that we need to show patient ID 579 and total admissions 2. So this is what is expected from us. We can also get other hints by clicking on get hint. So for example, we can get the solution keywords like select, count, and where. This is what the website suggests us to use. And if we click again on get hint, we can see the solution portion. So we can see like a portion of this SQL query itself, so that we can get an idea. But I only recommend doing this, getting the hints, if you are stuck and don't know how to approach the problem. But we are going to do it together. So first of all, we need to understand the problem or the question. So here it says show the patient ID and the total number of admissions for patient ID 579. So first of all, it says that we need to show the patient ID. So we know that patient ID is a column inside the admissions table. So I'm going to just select patient ID from admissions because that's the name of the table, and the total number of admissions. Okay, so the total number of admissions, I believe, is the number of rows. So I need to also show count because we want to count every row inside our table, where where the patient ID, it says, is 579. So I can use the equal sign where patient ID equals 579. And if we have done everything correct, we can close our query and click on run and see if everything was correct. And indeed, we got the query correct, and we had here the patient ID and the count 2. We can compare it with the solution provided by the website, and here they used an alias total admissions in this part. So we could have done the same as total admission, just to make it clearer or more clear for us and for someone who is watching the results, that this count is referring to the total admissions. Okay, and okay, that's everything for this problem. It was rather easy, and if you find it that way, or if it was difficult or something else, you can comment in the comment sections down below. And don't forget also to subscribe and follow me for more SQL, for solving more SQL queries. I'll see you in the next one. Hi, and welcome to my YouTube channel. My name is Juan Martinez. I am a data analyst, and in this video I'm going to show you how to solve an easy SQL problem. This is the number 14, if I remember correctly. So we are going to use the SQLpractice.com website. The link is going to be in the description down below. and you can follow through. And after arriving at the website, we have to select the hospital database because we are working with hospital data. After doing that, we have to click on view all questions, select difficulty easy, and select the number 14, which is this one, which says based on the cities that our patients live in, and etc. We select that one. After that, I'm going to erase this, and we first need to understand the question. So I encourage you to do this on your own, to practice on your own. If you are stuck or don't know how to approach the SQL problem, you can resume the video and we can work on it together. So first of all, I need to read the question to understand what the problem is. So based on the cities that our patients live in, show unique cities that are in province ID and S. Okay, so we have a table to work. So this table shows information about patients in a hospital, and we have the expected output here, which we have to show unique cities and these three cities only. Okay, so if we click on get hint, we can get more hints on how to solve this problem, but I encourage you to not get hints, but only if you are stuck and don't know how to approach. For example, if we click once, we can get the solution keywords. So it's suggesting us to use select, distinct, and with the where clause. And if we click again, we can get a portion of the solution. So here is like a portion of the code itself that we can use and to make an idea on how to approach this question, but we can do it ourselves. So we first need to understand the question. So based on the cities that our patients live in, show unique cities that are in province ID and S. Okay, so from the expected output and from the question, we need to show unique cities. Okay, so to show the unique cities, first we need to find information about the city. So we know that in our table, in our patients table, we have the city column. So I can select that. But if I only select that, and I need to specify as well from which table I want to grab this data, if I just do this, I'm just going to show every city, and also when it's duplicated. For example, we can see that Hamilton, and Hamilton many times, but it says that we need to show the unique cities that are in this province. So to show the unique cities, I need to use the distinct clause. So by doing this, I'm selecting only the distinct cities. So from 5,000 and I don't know how many, we only have the unique cities. So here are not duplicates. So for example, we have Paris, Victoria, Niagara Falls, Odessa, Highland, and so many cities. But it says we are not done, because it says that show the cities, the unique cities that are in province ID and S. So you have province ID, which is the acronym for a province name. It could be Ottawa, Quebec, because I believe this is information about in Canada. So to do that, I just need to use the where clause, where and province ID equals, and here I need to do the following, to type NS inside single quotes, because we are working with text data. So province ID is text, is character or char, and I believe if we have done this, it's going to be correct. So let's run this query and let's see if we got it correctly. Yeah, we got the query correct. Here it says, and here we have the information we have queried, and also it has here the solution the website provides. So we can see that it's similar. The only thing is that we didn't specify an alias here. For example, unique underscore cities, And also it has an alternative solution. In this case, it says select city from patients, group by city, having province ID, and this one. Okay, so you can compare it with your own, and also leave a comment down below if you have done it in the same way, or if you had other solution. If you had your own solution, you can post it in the comments section also. And if you find this video useful, don't forget to subscribe and leave a like. I'll see you in the next one. Hi, and welcome to my YouTube channel. My name is Juan Martinez. I am a data analyst, and in this video we are going to solve an easy SQL problem together. So I believe this is the 15th one or something like that. I'm not, I don't remember quite well, but we are going to use the SQLpractice.com website. So the description of that website is going to be the link on that website is going to be in the description down below, sorry, and you can follow through. So after entering the website, we have to choose the hospital DB database because we are working with hospital data. After that, we need to click on view all questions, and we need to select this one, the one which says write a query to find the first name. So after choosing the difficulty easy is the third one at the bottom. So we select that one. After that, we need to erase this, and we can start doing our query. So I encourage you to first doing it on your own, and if you are stuck or don't know how to approach, you can always resume the video and we can compare, or you can do it and follow me. Okay, so here we have write a query to find the first name, last name, and birth date of patients who has height greater than 160 and weight greater than 70. Okay, so this is the question we need to understand first before solving this problem. Also, we have a patients table which has information about patients like first name, last name, gender, height and weight, etc. And we have our first hint, which is the expected output. So this is the output is expected from us to deliver or to get from the query. And if we are stuck, we can also get some more hints by clicking on get hint, and here it shows the keywords we can use. So the website suggests us with using select and the where clause. And if we are also stuck even with these hints, we can also click one more time to get hint, and we can get a solution portion. So you can see here's a portion of the solution. But I encourage you not to use these hints until you are completely stuck and don't know how to continue. But let's do it together. So first of all, like I said, we need to understand the question. So here it says, write a query to find the first name, last name, and birth date of patients. Okay, so this information of the first name, last name, and birth date, we can see that those are in the patients table. So we have the first name column, the last name column, and also the birth date column. So that was easy. So we need to begin by using select, first name, comma, last name, comma, birth date. Okay, so to format this and so that it looks nicer, I can just do this. And now I need to specify from which table? From patients, for the patients table. Okay, after doing this, we had the following. Patients who has height greater than 160 and weight greater than 70. So if we only run this query, it's going to show us all the first name, all the last names, and all the birth date of all the patients. But we want to filter by this condition. The condition is that they need to have a height greater than 160 and also a weight greater than 70. So only those people we are only going to show. We are going to show only those people who meet these two requirements or conditions. So to do that, we need to use the where clause. So the first condition is that they need to have a height greater than 160. So we know that we have a height column here. So we need to say where height is greater than 160. And I'm just typing 160 without single quotes because it's an integer, a number. And because we are not done, and weight is greater also with this sign than 70. We can close our SQL query, and if we have done everything correct, we can see that if we run this query, we can see that we got the query correct, and we got here the information, the first name, last name, and birth date of patients who have a height greater than 160 and a weight greater than 70. Here the website gives us a solution so that we can compare it with our own, but since we got it correct, everything is fine. So if you find this video useful, don't forget to leave a comment. If you had done the same problem with another query, also leave it in the comments down below to compare. And also don't forget to subscribe and leave a like. I'll see you in the next one. Hi, and welcome to my YouTube channel. My name is Juan Martinez, and in this video we are going to solve an easy SQL problem. Okay, this is for beginners who are just learning SQL to become a data analyst. I am a data analyst myself, and we are going to use the SQLpractice.com website to enhance our skills on SQL. So the link of the website is going to be in the description down below. After you enter the website, we have to choose the hospital database. After doing that, we need to click on view all questions, select difficulty easy, and select the second at the bottom, which says write a query to find list of all patients, first name, and all of that. So after this, I'm going to erase this, and I'm going to read the problem statement. This is very important. So it says, write a query to find list of patients, first name, last name, and allergies from Hamilton where allergies are not null. So I encourage you to first try and doing it by your own, on your own. And if you are stuck or don't know how to approach or to continue, you can also come back to the video and we can do it together, step by step. So first of all, here we have the patients table, which has information about patients, for example, the last name, the first name, the gender, etc., from patients in a hospital. Also, we have a hint like the expected output. This is expected. We need to come with the same outcome, with the same output. And if we click on get hit again, we can see the solution keywords. Okay, so this is the closest we can use, and I only suggest you and recommend you to do this if you don't know how to approach and you are stuck. I first suggest you to try without any hints whatsoever. But if you don't know how to continue, or if you are struggling with the problem, you can always come to and see the portion, for example, and the keywords and the expected output. So we can also see here a solution portion. It only shows us the first name, which doesn't say a lot, but we are going to do it ourselves and together. So first of all, we need to understand the question itself. So it says write a query to find all patients, first name, last name, and allergies from Hamilton where allergies are not null. Okay, so it could be confusing, but let's break it down step by step. So it says that we need to find a list of the patients. Okay, so that list of patients has to have, or need to have, the first name, the last name, and allergies. So we are going to begin by doing that. We are going to select the first name. We know that we have a first name, last name, and allergies column. So that was easy. First name, last name, and allergies. Okay, we are selecting those columns because the problem says so. And we need to specify from which table. So in this case, it's going to be from the patients table. Okay, but it says it needs to be from Hamilton. So Hamilton, this is referring, I believe, from a city. So to do that, I can use the where clause where city equals Hamilton. We are going to see afterwards if we were correct or not. Where allergies are not null. So I need also to select and allergies because this is the second condition. So we are only going to show the name and the allergies of the people which or who resides or who live in Hamilton, and those people who doesn't have any allergy. So to show the allergies who are null, not null, sorry, the people who have allergies, because they expect us to show the ones who are not null in the allergies column. And allergies is, oh sorry, is not null. So if we run this query, I believe we got it correctly, but let's just review. So we are selecting the first name, the last name, and the name of the allergy, okay, of those patients who live in Hamilton, okay, by using the city column, and whose allergies, or where the information in the allergies column is not null. So there could be instances where they don't have any allergies, and instead of saying the name of the allergy, says null. But in this case, we want those who doesn't have a null in the allergy column. So if we run this, we can see that it is correct. Okay, so we got the query correct. So here it says the solution. So it's the same as we did, and also here it's the expected output. So after doing this, we know that we have it correct. And leave a comment in the comment section down below if you have done it correctly, or if you had another solution to this problem. Also, if you find this video interesting and useful, don't forget to subscribe and also push the like button if you liked it. I'll see you in the next one. Hi, and welcome to my YouTube channel. My name is Juan Martinez. I am a data analyst, and in this video we're going to solve an easy SQL problem. Okay, so this is the last one in our series, and we are going to use the SQLpractice.com website to solve this problem and to enhance our SQL skills. So the link of the website is going to be in the description down below. After we enter the website, we have to choose the hospital database in this area. And because we are going to work with hospital information, and we need to click on view all questions, and we need to choose the last one on the difficulty easy. So we choose the easy in the difficulty tab, and we go all the way down and we select the last one. After that, we need to get rid of this, so we select that and erase it, and we can start. So we first need to understand the question. So here the question says, based on the cities, sorry, I'm just going to move myself here. Okay, so it says, based on cities where our patient lives in, write a query to display the list of unique cities starting with a vowel A, E, I, O, U. Show the result order in ascending by city. Okay, so it could be confusing. I encourage you to solve it on your own first. If you are stuck, you can always come back to the video and we can do it together. So we have a table, the patients table, who has information about the patients, like the first name, last name, gender, etc. And also we have an expected output. So here only we see that we have a city column and the name of some cities. Also, if we click on get hint, we can get some hints like solution keywords. So we can use this one, select, where, like, and order by, to get an idea on how to approach this problem. And if we also click another another time in get hint, we can get the solution portion. So this is going to show us like a bit of the code to solve this problem. But I just only suggest you to get the hints only if you don't know how to approach the problem or if you are stuck and cannot continue. But let's do it together now. So we have to understand the problem. This is the most important aspect of solving any SQL question. So he says, again, based on cities where our patient lives in, write a query to display the list of unique city starting with a vowel A, E, I, O, U. Show the result in ascending order by city. So it says select. We are going to begin by selecting the list of unique city, because it says write a query to display the list of unique city. So we need to select distinct city, because we know that information about cities are in the city column. Also, we need to specify from which table. So we only have one table, the patients table, because city is inside this table. And okay, but if I only do this, it's going to show me the unique name of all the cities. But we only want the cities that start with the letter A, the letter E, the letter I, the letter O, or the letter U. So how are we going to do that? So we need the where clause to filter, and we need to say where city like, because we are working with the string data, so we know that city is as text. Here it says city text, and we need to only show the cities that start with one of these vowels. So if I only, for example, say this like A, is not going to display, is not displaying anything, because there are no cities with only have a letter A in the name of the city. So to show the cities that begins with the letter A, we need to specify that it has to begin with the letter A, and we need to place a wildcard here, the percent sign, so that is going to tell us, or tell SQL, that we want those cities, okay, that have an A at the beginning of the text, and afterwards can have anything else, or as many characters as it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter the number of characters. We only care that it has A at the beginning, and after that it can has one other letter, 2 letters, spaces, numbers. We don't care. So if we run this query, just to show you, we can see that it shows those cities with start with the letter A. For example, Ajax, Ancaster, and Athens. Okay, so that's we have solved one issue, but we need also to show those cities with which start with these other vowels. So to do that, we need to say or. Why or and not and, like we have done previously? Sorry, with city like. If we say and city like, for example, A, okay, this is not going to work, because it's going to tell SQL that we need cities that start with the letter A and at the same time that they start with the letter E. And that's not possible, because either it starts with the letter A or it starts with the letter E. It cannot start with 2 vowels at the same time. So instead of using and, we need to use or. So in this case, it's showing series which start with the letter A, or because if we don't have any, or start with the letter A. So it's going to show both series which start with the letter A and series that start with the letter E. So for example, we have Ajax, Ancaster, Elmira, Athens, Edmonton, and Elmwood. So we have the cities that start with either these two vowels, but we need to specify 3 more vowels. So we say or. Okay, I'm having problems. Or city, like, and the I vowel and the wildcard, or city, like, O, the wildcard, or city, like, U. Okay, we have done that, and we can see if we run the query that we have only the cities which start with one of those vowels. But we are not done yet, because also says and show the result in ascending order by city. So we have to order, because we have, for example, here Orilla, Ajax, Ancaster, Oakville, Ottawa, but we need to show the results in an ascending order. For example, in alphabetical order, from A, and then E, and then I, O, and lastly U. So to do that, we need to use the order by clause, and we need to order by city, because it says here order by city, and we need to say ascending, because if we say descending order, you can see that first we have the letter U, and then the letter O, and then the letter I, etc. But we need the output to be in ascending order. So we say ASC, which is ascending, and we close the query. We can format it so that it looks nicer, and we can run the query and see if we got it correct. So we click on run, and indeed we got the query correct. You can see that we have here the output, this number, the name of the city in ascending order or in alphabetical order, and we have here the solution the website provided. So we can see that it is exactly the same as we have done it. So congrats, we have finished our SQL questions in the level easy. And if you find this video useful and interesting, don't forget to leave a comment down below, or also don't forget to subscribe. I'll see you in the next one. Hi, my name is Juan Martinez. I am a data analyst, and in this video we are going to solve an intermediate level query, or an intermediate SQL problem. So we are going to use the SQL scorepractice.com. This is the website where we can practice our SQL skills. After arriving to this website, we need to choose the hospital database, because we are going to work with hospital data. We need to choose or click on view all questions, choose medium in the difficulty section, and we need to select the second one. So the second one, it's the one which says all of this information. So I'm going to read it through. It says, show unique first names from the patient's table, which only occurs once in the list. For example, if 2 or more people are named John in the first name column, then don't include their name in the output list. If only one person is named Leo, then include them in the output. Okay, we can take a look to the patients table. We have information about patients in a hospital. Also, we can take a look at the hints, the expected output. So the expected output needs to be to look like this. So we have here a first name and some names. Also, if we click again on get hint, we can get some solution keywords. For example, the select statement, group by, having, and count. So these are just suggestions, and it can give us an idea on how to approach this problem. If we click again on get hint, we can get a portion of the solution. Here we have only one line of code, but I just recommend clicking on the get hint if you don't know how to approach this SQL problem. But we are going to solve it together. So first of all, we need to understand the problem. So I'm going to read it again. So it says, show unique first names from the patient's table. Okay, first names. So where is the information about the first names? In our table. We can see here that we have a first name column. So we know this already, but we need to show the unique first name. So we know that in order to select the unique first names, we need to use the select statement, and then we need to choose our column. In this case, it's going to be first name, but we want the unique. So we are going to use the distinct clause, and we need to specify from which table. So in this case, we are going to query from the patient's table, because this is that's the name of the table. Here we can see, and it says which only occurs once in the list. For example, if 2 or more people are named John in the first name column, then don't include their name in the output list. If only one person is named Leo, then include them in the output. So if we just run this query by clicking on this part, run, or using the keys Control plus Enter, we can get an idea of how we are solving it. But here it says the solution is incorrect. So we can see the names, but although we are just showing the unique names, we need to show only the names which didn't appear twice. Yeah, so if someone, or if in the original table are 2 people with the same name, we don't have, we shouldn't include that name. So for example, if in the table there are 2 Johns, even though we are selecting the distinct names, here it's gonna show John, like here, like you can see here. But if 2 people are called John, we need to exclude that name. So we need to only include those names which in the original table didn't repeat or don't have duplicates. So in order to find that, we need to group by first name, and so this is going to also return the unique names. So I can get rid of this, and if I run the query, you can see it's the same. There are no duplicates here. There is Anna, but there are not going to be names twice. So now what we have to do is to use, we need to filter. So when we group by, we filter, instead of using where, we filter by using having. And then we need to count how many times the names are repeated. So I'm going to use having count and then first name inside the parentheses, and I only want to filter those names which appear once only. So I'm going to type equals 1, and so for example, if I change this and I say having count first name equals 2, I can see the names which appears twice in the database. So here 196 names have duplicates. Okay, so there are 2 or more people with those names, or only two people with these names. But if I say equals 1 and I click on run, I can see now those names which don't have duplicates inside the database. So we can see we got the query correct. Also, there is the solution the website suggests, and there is an alternative. Well, this is our solution, and here you can see the alternative, an alternative solution. It's a little bit more complicated, but if you do it this way, you won't have any troubles. So this is everything. This is all for today, and next time we are going to be solving even more SQL queries. Hi, my name is Juan Martinez. I am a data analyst, and in this video we are going to solve together an intermediate level SQL problem. So to begin, we need to enter this website, sqlscorepractice.com, and inside this website we can practice our SQL skills. So after doing this, we need to select the hospital database because we are going to work with hospital data. We need to click on view all questions, select difficulty medium, and then we need to select the third question. So we can see the question says show patient ID and first name from patients where their first name starts and ends with S and is at least 6 characters long. Okay, so I can take a look to the table. We can see here are the columns. So the table is information about, or has information about patients inside a hospital. If we click on get hint, we can get the expected output. So our output should look like this at the end. If I click again on get hint, I can get some solution keywords. So for example, select, where, and like. I can use this. And if I click again on get hint, I can get a portion of the solution. So here I can see, and only do this if you are stuck and you cannot do this by yourself. I encourage you now to pause the video and try it yourself. If you are stuck and don't know how to continue, or if you want to compare your results, you can resume the video and we can do it together. So in order to answer this question, we need to understand the problem. So here it says again, show patient ID and first name from patients where their first name starts and ends with S and is at least 6 characters long. So at the beginning it says show patient ID and first name. So we can start by doing that by using select, and here it's already giving us the name of the columns. So I'm just going to use those. Select patient ID, comma, first name from the patient's table, and also say where. So we need to filter where the first name starts and ends with S. So to do that, we need to select where first name, and now to filter by only the names which start and ends with S, we need to use the like clause. So the like clause is going to allow us to just select those rows which have some information we are going to give, or the same information we give. So for example, inside these single quotes, we can say, for example, like S. So here, if I do this, nothing's going to occur because there are no names, or there are not first names which only have an S. But if I use, for example, underscores, here it's going to show me names which start with S and after that have 1, 2, 3, 4 characters more. So we can see here the first name has an S and 1, 2, 3, and 4 characters more. So in total, 5 characters long. But here it needs to be 6 characters long at least. And also the name needs to end with S. So these already start with S, but I need something like this one, which also ends with S, but with 6 characters long. So to do that, I need to use a wildcard. The wildcard is going to tell SQL that I want any character, or it represents any character and any longitude of characters, any name or any number of characters. So it doesn't matter what goes after this, like spaces, 10 characters, or no characters at all. It doesn't matter as long as we have the S at the beginning and 1, 2, 3 more characters. So with this we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 characters long. It could be 6 or more with the wildcard, but it can also be none. So I need to make sure that it's at least 6 characters long. So to do that, I only need to include the S at the end. So in this case, you have 1, okay, from the beginning, from left to right. S is the first character, 1, 2, 3, 4. It could be 1 or 0 or many. And 6. So again, 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. And I just need to include one more. So in this case, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6. So it could be at least 6 or more. So if I run this query, we should have the query correct, and exactly we got the query correct. So here is the solution. It's the same as we did it, and here are some alternative solutions, so you can compare it with yours. And if you find this video useful, don't forget to follow me, and I'll see you in the next video. Hi, in this video we are going to solve an intermediate SQL problem. So to do that, we need to head to SQLscorepractice.com. This is the website we are going to be using, and we have to select, or we need to select, the hospital database. After that, we need to click on view all questions, select difficulty medium, and select the fourth problem, or the fourth question. 1, 2, 3. This is the fourth one, and it says show patient ID, first name, last name from patients whose diagnosis is dementia. Primary diagnosis is stored in the admissions table. So we can see that we have two tables: the patients table, which has information about patients inside a hospital, and the admissions table, which I believe has information about the dates and diagnosis of admissions of the patients. So we can take a look at these two tables. So we can see here the patients table, and here we can see the admissions table. So we can see that we have the two dates, the admission date and the discharge date, the diagnosis, the patient ID, attending, and the attending doctor ID. So we can also get some hints. So for example, here we can see the expected output. So the expected output has patient ID, first name, and last name. If we click on get hint again, we can see the solution keywords, for example, select, where, and join. And if we click on get hint again, we can see the solution portion. So it shows us some lines of code, but not everything, just to give us an idea of how to approach and solve this SQL question. So first of all, we need to understand the problem before attempting to write our code. Here it says again, show patient ID, first name, and last name for patients. So we can begin by doing that. Select, and it's giving us already the name of the column, so we don't need to interpret that and find the column here. So it says select patient ID, comma, first name and last name from patients. But then it says whose diagnosis is dementia. So the primary diagnosis here says is stored in the admissions table. So in the admissions table we can see that there is a diagnosis column. So we need to find those patients who have dementia as their diagnosis. So how are we going to do that? We need to first join the tables. And how are we going to do that? To join the tables, we need a foreign key and a primary key. In the patients table, we can see that the primary key, because it's here it's a golden key, is the patient ID. And so this is the sorry, the primary key. Here we have another key. In this case, it's a foreign key. But in the admissions table, we see that patient ID is a foreign key. So to join the two tables, we need a column in common. In this case, both have patient ID as a column, and in the admissions table, the patient ID column is also a foreign key. So in this case, it's pointing to the patient ID in the patients table. So we can use that to connect both tables. So to connect both tables, we need to use join, the join statement, and I need to specify the name of the other table I want to join with. So join admissions. I need to specify on which column we want to join on. And now I need to say patients.patient ID, because if I don't specify the table, it's going the code will not know or won't know if I'm referring to the patient ID in the admissions table or patient ID in the patients table. Both are called the same. So here I am just making it clear that I want the patient ID from the patients table. Here I'm going to type equals to admissions table dot patient ID. And if we do that, here it says ambiguous column name patient ID. So that's what I have been saying we need to specify. So in this case, here in the select part, I selected the patient ID, but I didn't specify from which table. So here it says from patients table. I need to just say that I want this patient ID from the patient table. And for the first name and last name, we shouldn't have problems because only the patients table have those two columns. We don't have the name, the first name and last name in the admissions table. So after this, I need to also specify and filter where the diagnosis is dementia. So I need to say where diagnosis equals dementia. I close the query, and if I click on run, we should have our correct output. So in this case, you can see the patient ID, first name and last name, and here is the solution, and we can compare it with ours, and here is another solution as well. So you can compare it and also leave a comment if you also did it with this, or if you came up with this same solution, or if you used another solution to solve it, and share it with us to learn more. So if you find this video useful, don't forget to follow, and I'll see you in the next one. Hi, in this video we are going to answer an intermediate SQL question. So to begin with, we need to enter this website, sqlpractice.com, and inside this website we have this environment, and here we're going to perform some SQL queries. So first of all, we need to select the hospital database. After doing that, we click on view all questions, and we need to select difficulty medium, and we are going to select the fifth one. So 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. So the question states, display every patient's first name. Order the list by the length of each name and then by alphabetically. Okay, I'm going to get rid of this, and I first need to understand the question and the data. So I have a patients table. In here I have information about the patients inside a hospital, and if I click on expected output, I can see what the output should look like at the end. If with this information we can start, so I suggest to you and I encourage you to do it by yourself. If you are not able to do it by yourself, or if you are stuck or cannot continue, we can do it together. If we click on get hint once more, we get solution keywords, for example the select statement and order by a statement. So these are suggestions for you to use. And if we click another time on get hint, we can get a portion of the solution. So here you can see a portion of the SQL code, and yeah, so this gives us an idea of how to approach this question. So let's do it together now. So the question says again, display every patient's first name, and then order the list by the length of each name and then by alphabetically. Okay, so the first thing that is requesting is displaying the patient's first name. So where is that information in the database? In this table, the patient's table, we can find the first name column. So I begin by doing that. Select first name and from the patient's table. If I click on run, I can take a look at the output, but this is not correct. This is not what the website is asking us. They want us also to order the list by the length of each name. Okay, so how are we going to do that? To order, we need to use the order by statement. And so we need to order by the length of each name. So for the length, we use the len, L-E-N statement. And with this, I need to specify the length of what? In this case, of each name. So the length of the first name inside parentheses. I close the parentheses, and then it needs to be ordered in alphabetical order. So if I just run this by clicking on run or control enter, is ordered by the length of the first name. So you can see here you can see names which only contains 2 letters, and if I scroll down, then comes the ones with 3 letters and then 4 letters. If I do this, oh, okay, yeah, 4 letters and so on. But also I need to order not only by length but also in alphabetical order, and order by, oh sorry, I can just use a comma and select in which order I want to order this. So I want to order first by the length of each name and then in alphabetical order. So I'm going to use do this, order by first name in alphabetical order in ascending order. So from the letter A until the letter C. And if I run this, we should have our query correct, and indeed we got it correct. Here it is the solution. So you can see it's pretty similar to ours, and you can compare it. So that's it for now. If you find this useful, don't forget to leave a comment, and I'll see you in the next one. Hi, in this video we are going to answer a SQL intermediate question. So to do that, we need to head to sqlpractice.com. This is the name of the website, sqlpractice.com. The link you can find it down below. After doing that, we need to select hospital database because we are going to work with hospital data. Then you need to click on view all questions. You need to click on the difficulty medium, and we need to select the sixth one. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6. Okay, so the question of the problem says, show the total amount of male patients and the total amount of female patients in the patients table. Display the two results in the same row. Okay, so we can take a look at the table itself. Here is information about patients inside a hospital. And if I just select, or I can query all the table by clicking on this green arrow, and you can see the data inside the table. If we want some hints, we can scroll down and select expected output, so you can see what the output should look like at the end. So we can see that there is a male count, female count, and some numbers. So if I click on get hint again, I can get some solution keywords. So these are the keywords I can use to query. And if I click on get hint again, I can get a solution portion or a portion of the solution. So you can see here some SQL code I can use, but I just recommend doing this if you don't know how to approach or if you are stuck. but try to do it by yourself. You can pause the video and do it by yourself. If you are stuck or you don't know how to continue, we can do it together and you can compare it with yours. Okay, so let's begin. First of all, we need to understand the question. So I'm going to read the question again. Show the total amount of male patients and the total amount of female patients in the female table. Display the two results in the same row. Okay, so to understand the question, I need to split in different sections to approach each aspect or each problem step by step. So for example, here it says show the total amount of male patients. Okay, I can begin by doing that. So to show the total amount of male patients, I do that by doing an account statement. So I will count, select, I'll use the count function, select count everything from the patients table where, and I need to find information about male patients. So I need to find out which patients are males. So how I'm going to find that information? So I can see here that we have a gender column, and you can see only has one character. It can be either M or F. You can see here M for masculine and F for feminine, or M for male and F for female. So I can say where gender equals M. If I run this, I can get a count of the male patients. And if we see the expected output, we see that is the same number. So we are doing it correctly so far, but we are not done yet. But I also need to do the same for female, because also it's requiring us to show the total amount of female patients. So if I run this and instead if I type F instead of M, when gender equals, yeah, if I do that, I can get the female count. So you can see it's the same as the expected output. But here it says display the two results in the same row. So that's the difficult part. So how are we going to do that? To do that, I can do a subquery. So what is a subquery? Is a query inside another query. And to distinguish between a query and a subquery is that the subquery is inside parentheses. So I can use this, and it's going to deliver the same results. So I can just do this. So I'm going to select this subquery from the patients table, and you can see if I run the query, it gives me the same number, the count of females. So you can see 2062, and I can give this a name, an alias, for example, like female count, and I have my female count column. And I can also, I need to do the same for the male count. So I just put a comma, and I'll do the same now outside parentheses, but for males. So I'm going to type count everything from patients where gender equals M. I delete this, and if I give an alias here again as male count, so I'm going to do this so that it is, so you can understand it better. So what I'm doing here, I'm just selecting this. I have this subquery, so this subquery gives me this column, but I'm also selecting another column, and that's also the count of the patients where the gender is masculine. So if I do this and I close the query and I run it, we should have our query correct. So you can see I query and I requested two columns. One is this one, the female count with this information, and the second one is similar but with the gender M instead of F. And you can see that here is the solution provided by the website, and here are some alternative solutions. So we could have done the same, but as you can see, there are many ways to answer the same question. So if you find this video useful, don't forget to leave a comment, and I'll see you in the next one. Hi, in this video we are going to solve an intermediate level SQL problem. So to begin with, we need to head to this website, sqlpractice.com. So it's like this, sqlpractice.com. So you can find the link in the description below. And after doing this, we need to select the hospital database because we are going to work with the hospital data. And then we need to click on view all questions. And here we are going to choose difficulty medium. And we need to find the 6th or 7th one. I don't remember. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay, the 7th one. This is the 7th one. And now we can begin. I'm going to get rid of this. And now I can read the question. So the question says, show first and last name allergies from patients which have allergies to either penicillin or morphine. Show results ordered ascending by allergies, then by first name, then by last name. So now I can take a look at the table. So we can see we have a patients table with columns like first name, last name, gender, city, etc. So this is information about patients inside the hospital. If I click on expected output, I can get the output that we should get. So you can see the first name column, last name column, and allergies column. If I click on get hit again, I can take a look at the solution keywords suggested by the website. For example, the select statement, where, in, and order by. So this can give me an idea on how to approach this SQL question. If I click again on get hint, I can have a portion of the solution. So here is just a portion of the code. So you can see the code is quite large, but I can see that there could be an order by allergies. Okay, so that can give me an idea on how to solve this problem. So I encourage you to first do it yourself. If you cannot do it by yourself, and if you are stuck or you can't continue, you can always come back, resume the video, and we can do it together, step by step. Okay, so let's begin. First, we need to understand the question itself. So I'm going to read the question one more time. It says, show first and last name allergies, okay, from patients. Okay, so we need first we need to show the first and last name and allergies, like the expected output shows. From patients, from the patients table, which have allergies to either penicillin or morphine. So we need to only show morphine in the allergies column and show the results order ascending by allergies. We need to show by allergies in ascending order. So for example, morphine has to be first because if we order by alphabetical order, the letter M comes first and the letter P comes after. Then by first name, okay, after ordering by allergies by M and then P, morphine and penicillin, we need to order by name. So also in alphabetical order, A, B, C, D, E, etc. So for example, you can see that Brieros comes first, then Christine. So you can see B, C, G, H, G, K, M, N, etc. And then by last name. Okay, after ordering by first name, we need to order by last name. So you can see the same. It comes H, but here, for example, if we have two people with the same name, for example, Abby, we have here two Abby's. The first Abby is the one who has DAX in the name. So DAX comes before, or the letter D comes before the letter N. So these two people are also sorted by last name in alphabetical order. So I think it should be pretty clear now how to approach this problem. So we need to begin by doing select the statement, and we need to select the first name. So you can see that information also already comes in the table, and then here the website is suggesting me to select the first name, last name, and allergies. All of them are columns here which have allergies. Okay, first I need to select the table from patients table, and now I need to filter using the where statement. I need to show there's patients who have or who are allergic to penicillin or morphine. So I need to do where allergies equals penicillin or allergies equals morphine. Then I need to order by using the order by statement to sort the results in ascending order, first by allergies. So I need to order by allergies in ascending order, then first name in ascending order, and lastly by last name in ascending order. So I'm just going to do this. Format the code so that it's clear to read. So okay, let's review what I have done here. Let's just close the query. So I have selected the first name column, the last name column, and the allergies column from the patients table, and I'm filtering by allergies. So I can do this, where the allergies are either penicillin or morphine. It has to be or and not and, because if we do and, we are saying that they need to be allergic to both. But as we have seen on the patients table, only one is shown. So a patient only has is allergic to only one thing, only one medicine, for example. So that's why we are using or instead of and. So with or, they can be allergic to one or to another. And lastly, we are ordering by the allergies in ascending order. So morphine going to come first. It's going to appear first, and then penicillin, first name, so in alphabetical order, and last name. So if two people have the same name, the one with the last name, it's going to be sorted by that. So if, I don't know, we have Juan and Juan, but one Juan is Juan Smith, and the other Juan Wallace. So the Juan Smith is going to appear first because Smith comes first in alphabetical order, the letter S, then Wallace, the letter W. So if I run this query, we should get it correct. So as you can see, we got our query correct, and we can see some solutions the website suggested to us. So you can see ours is pretty similar. So if you find this video useful, don't forget to leave a comment, and I'll see you in the next one. Hi, in this video we are going to solve an intermediate level SQL problem. So to do that, we need to head first to sqlpractice.com. So this is the name of the website, sql_practice.com. The link is going to be in the description. And after doing this, we need to select the hospital database. And then you need to click on view all questions and select the 8th one. So but before that, we need to select the difficulty medium, because there are easy, medium, and hard. We are doing the intermediate ones. So the 8th one is the one which says show patient ID, diagnosis from admissions, find patients admitted multiple times for the same diagnosis. We select that one, and we can start solving this problem. So I'm going to get rid of this, and we can take a look at the admissions table, the table we are going to query. And if we click on the expected output, here you can see the output that we should get. And if we click on get hint again, we can see the solution keywords. So we can use the select statement, group by, having, and count. So with this, you can have an idea on how to approach this problem. And if we click on get hint again, we can see a portion of the code. So you can see you can use group by and having count everything greater than 1. Okay, so that can give you an idea. I suggest to you not clicking on the hints, but after, if you have attempted to solve this problem by yourself, so that you can develop your skills, your analytical thinking, and problem solving skills. So let's do it together. So first of all, we need to understand the question itself. So I'm going to read the question one more time. It says, show patient ID, diagnosis from admissions. Find patients admitted multiple times for the same diagnosis. Okay, so let's break it down step by step. First, it says that we need to show the patient ID and the diagnosis from the table admissions. So I'm going to begin by doing that. I'm going to select patient ID, comma, the diagnosis. I can see the diagnosis here is a column with the same name, diagnosis from admissions table. Okay, so from admissions, the table has the same name. If I run this by clicking on run here, or by using the Ctrl plus Enter keys on the keyboard, I can take a look at the output. You can see that the solution is incorrect. We are not done yet, but we can get an idea of how we are of the steps we are doing. So for example, here I can see the patient ID and the diagnosis, but need to find the patients admitted multiple times for the same diagnosis. Okay, so we have done we are in the middle of solving this problem, but this is the difficult part. So how are we going to find the patients admitted multiple times? So for example, here we can see that patient ID is admitted two times or twice. But if I take a look at the table itself by clicking on this green arrow alongside the admissions name, I can see, for example, patient number 1 or with ID 1 was admitted twice to the hospital, but it needs to be for the same diagnosis. So this patient ID had one diagnosis of ovarian dermoid cyst, and the second one, it went to the hospital. Diagnosis was ineffective breathing pattern and fluid accumulation. So this person will not appear in our output. So if you take a look at the expected output, only these people have been diagnosed twice with the same diagnosis. So the patient ID entered the hospital once and the diagnosis was pregnancy. Okay, then she came back and the diagnosis was again pregnancy, or the patient ID 320. So we can find, let's see if we can find those people. So 137. Yeah, here is 137. So the first time she went to the hospital was in 2018 and the diagnosis was pregnancy. And 1 year later, or I should say like 10 months later, she came back to the hospital in 2019 and she got the same diagnosis. So we need to show this kind of people who had the same diagnosis twice or 3 or multiple times, but it needs to be at least twice. So to do that, we are going to group by, and we need to group by the patient ID and also by the diagnosis. So this is only going to return the same results as before. It is the same as we have only left this query. It's the same, as you can see. Okay, here only inverted the diagnosis, but it's the same result, it's the same output. Okay, but now we can filter by this grouping. And how are we going to do that? By using the having clause. So having, and we need to count where the patients appear twice or more, but also is going to count where the same diagnosis appeared twice or more. Okay, so we are going to count. So if I only grouped by patient ID and had this count greater than 1, it will only show me, for example, if I delete the diagnosis here and here, it's going to show me the patients who went to the hospital multiple times. And if I include the diagnosis, now it's going to find people who went to the hospital twice or more, and to put it in another way, it's going to show me duplicates patients in the admissions table and also duplicates diagnoses in the same table associated with the same patient. So patient 1 appeared twice or more, and the diagnosis appeared the same diagnosis appeared twice or more. Those rows I want to show in the output at the end. So I'm just going to format this so that it is clear. And if I run this query, we should get the correct answer. So you can see we get the people who are duplicates in the table, and the diagnosis associated with them also duplicated, or which appear multiple times. So as you can see, our solution is similar to the solution provided by the website. And if you have another solution, you can leave it in the comments down below. If you find this video useful, don't forget to follow me. I'll see you in the next one. Hi, and welcome back. My name is Juan Martinez. I am a data analyst, and in this video I'm going to show you how to solve an intermediate level SQL problem. Okay, to solve this problem we need to head to the SQLpractice.com website. So you can see I'm typing it, SQLpractice.com. This link is going to be in the description down below. After that, we need to click on the hospital database. Then we need to click on view all questions and select difficulty medium. So you can see here are 3 levels of difficulty. We need to select the intermediate one, and we are going to select the 9th question, which says show the city and the total number of patients in the city. So here I need to get rid of this. Then I can take a look at the table. So we can see columns for the patients table. So we can see first name, last name, gender, etc. So this is information about patients inside a hospital. If I click on hints, I can take a look at the expected output. So our output should look like this. We have a city column and a non-patients column with numbers. And I can get a hint again by clicking on get hint button, and it shows some keywords I can use, for example select, count, group by, order by, and descending. And if I click on get hint again, I can see a portion of the code. So here I can see that it is using this. But now I suggest to you and I encourage you to solve this problem by yourself. Go to the website and try it yourself. If you cannot do it by your own and you need help, you can always resume the video and we can do it together, or we can compare your results with mine. And okay, so first of all, we need to understand the problem. What is the question trying to telling us? So the question says, show the city and the total number of patients in the city. Order from most to least patients, and then by city name ascending. Okay, so we can begin by breaking it down step by step. So first we need to show the city. I'm starting with the select statement. So the city and the total number of patients in the city. So where is the city? Where is information about cities in the table? I can see there is a city column, so I'm going to select that. Select city from patients. So if I run this query, if it's not the correct solution, we are not done yet, but I can see the cities inside the table. And also we need to show the total number of patients in the city. Okay, so how are we going to do that? We can do that by selecting count everything, because we need to count the number of patients. So what is the number of patients? So first of all, I'm going to give an alias to this, count as num patients. So I could count patient ID, because the patient ID, like each unique patient ID, refers to each in a unique patient. But I need to count the total number of patients inside this city. So I need to count the total number of patients in the Barrie city, in Hamilton, in Toronto, in Ancaster, and Brantford. So I'm not only counting the total patients in the table, but I need to count by city. I need to divide, or I need to count how many people are from which city. So to do that, I need to do group by, and I need to group by city. And if I do this, I can have the number of patients. Okay, the number, I'm counting the patient ID inside each city. So I can see that Barrie appears, no, sorry. In Bartonville, there are 3 patients. So I can just make sure that I'm doing it correctly by doing select. Okay, I'm going to select everything from patients where city equals, for example, Bartonville. So we should have only 3 results if I run this selection. And indeed, we have only 3 rows of data, 3 results, and 3 patients. The patient number, well, for example, Cash, Elvis, and Andrew are the only 3 patients from the city Bartonville. So I'm getting close to get this, the answer of the question. So I just confirmed that I'm doing it correctly. So in Bartonville, there are only 3 patients, or 3 patients come from this city only. But now I need to order by, or from most to least patients. So I need to order by this counting. I need to order by count patient ID. I'm going to close this. And then I need to order by city name in ascending order. So I'm going to order by city, ASC. So now I'm going to format the query so that it is easier to understand and to read. Okay, so let's review what we have done. So we are selecting the city column, and we are counting how many patient ID are in the city. So from the patients table, and we are grouping by city because we want to count the number of patient ID inside each city. And we are ordering by this number, so from the least patients to most patients, and by the city in ascending order. So if I run this query, I see that I have something wrong. What is it? Near city syntax error. Let me see. I'm just reformatting everything. If I run, the query, it says we have the incorrect solution. Okay, so maybe what I can do, oh sorry, from most to least patients, so I need to count this in descending order, because my output showed the least patients, so one patient only in this city and one patient, but the output it gets 1900 patients in this city, and it goes down, the number drops. So that what's have been doing wrong. So now we got the query correct, and as you can see, we got the same as the expected output. And also you can see the solution provided by the website. So if you find this video useful, don't forget to follow, and if you have another solution, leave it in the comments down below. I'll see you in the next one. Hi, in this video we are going to solve an intermediate level SQL question. So let's begin. We need to head to SQLpractice.com. This is the website, and after arriving at the website we need to click on this part and select Hospital DB. Then we need to click View All Questions and select difficulty medium. After that we need to select the one, I think it's the number 10, which says show first name, last name, and role of every person that is either patient or doctor. We select that, we get rid of this, and we can begin. So we have two tables here, a patients table, which have information about patients in a hospital, and a doctors table with information about doctors in a hospital. If we click on get hint, we can get the expected output. So our output or our query should look like this, and we also have a solution keyword. So these are the suggestions the web page is giving us to solve this problem. If we click again on get hint, we can get a portion of the solution. Okay, but I encourage you to do it by yourself. If you're stuck or if you are unable to continue, you can resume the video and we can do it together. Okay, so let's do it. First, we need to understand the question itself. Here it says show first name, last name, and role of every person that is either patient or doctor. The roles are either patient or doctors. So like it says, we need to show first name, last name, and role of every person that is either patient or doctor. So first we need to select the first name. So we have a first name in the patients table and a first name in a doctor's table. So we are going to select first name, comma. Also, it's requiring us to select the last name, and role. So if we look at both tables, we don't have a role column, so we need to calculate that ourselves. So in this case, we are going to select this from the patients table. If I run this query, you can see I get the first name and the last name of all patients, but I want also the role of these people. As you can see here in the expected output, there is the first name and last name and also the role. So all of these people in this output have a patient as a role. So how are we going to do that? Okay, we can create a new column and we can give a value to this column. So I'm going to create a role column, and inside this column I'm going to put patient as the value. So every row in this column will have patient as the data inside. So if I do this and I run, you can see I have the first name, the last name, and the role, which is patient. But also, we are not done yet, because we also need to show the first name, last name, and roles or role of the doctors. So I need to do the same, for example, with the doctors table. So I'm going to select first name, last name, and I'm going to give doctor as the role from doctors table. Okay, so now if I run only the second query, this one, you can see I have also the first name, the last name, and the role of all doctors. Okay, so we have done this part, and we have considered that patient has to be the value for the patients and doctor for doctors. But as you can see here in the output, we are showing all the patients, but if we scroll down, we can see that we also get the doctor roles. So we need to get the output, these two queries, into one. How are we going to do that? Okay, we can do that by using the union statement, and this is going to union all, because we want to combine these two tables in vertical order. So for example, as you can see, so we are going to only stack one table on top of another. So for example, the first table we are going to show is this one, and when we get at the last row, then the second table is going to appear. And in order to function, we need to have the same number of columns, and the columns need to have the same name. So as you can see, in both cases we have first name, last name, first name, last name, and role. Okay, and these three columns are in the same order, so the information are just gonna stack one on top of the other. So if I do this and I click on run, we get our query correct. So as you can see, it's pretty similar from the one the website suggests. So that's it. If you find this video useful, don't forget to leave a comment and follow me back. I'll see you soon. Hi, and welcome back. In this video, we are going to solve an intermediate SQL problem. So let's begin. First, we need to go to this webpage, sqlpractice.com. Here we need to select hospital database because we are working with hospital data. Then we click on view all questions. We select difficulty medium, and we select the following question. So it has to say, I think it's the number 10. This one, show all allergies ordered by popularity. Remove null values from query. So I'm going to get rid of this. And now I can take a look at the patients table. So here you can see information about patients in a hospital. If I click on the expected output, I can see how the output or the query should look like, the results. And I can see here is a column other allergies and total diagnosis. if I click on get hint again, I can see some solution keywords. For example, I can use the select statement, group by, order by, and null, etc. And if I click on get hint again, I can get a portion of the solution, so you can see just a piece of the code. So with this, we can start. Okay, to begin, we need to understand the problem itself. So this is the first and most important step. So let's read again the question. It says, show all allergies ordered by popularity. Remove null values from query. Okay, so we need to break it down step by step. So first of all, we need to show all allergies. So to do that, I'm going to use the select statement, and allergies, the information about allergies is in the allergies column in the patients table. So I'm going to select allergies from patients. Okay, that's done. Now I need to order by popularity. So I need to order this, order by, and I can say allergies, but that won't work. What I need to do is to, because if I run this, it's getting null for the first results, and later on we can get some other allergies as they appear. Okay, so this is going to order by alphabetical order or in alphabetical order, but I need to order by popularity. So how am I going to do that? So to order by popularity, I need to first get the popularity. What is the allergy, or what is the most popular allergy, and what are the least populars? So to do that, I need to count how many times each allergy appears in the table. And also, in order to do that, I need to count. So I need to count allergies. So I can do that by inserting another column with count. I can count everything. And now, because I'm using the function count, I need to group. So I'm going to group by and allergies. And if I run this query, you can see that now I have all the names of all the queries, of all the allergies appearing once in the allergies column, and on the right I have a count column which tells me how many times each allergy appeared in the table. So for example, aspirin appeared twice, so it means that 2 people are allergic to aspirin. And cats 3, so that means that 3 people are allergic to cats. Okay, so I need to order by this popularity. So first needs to be the most popular, and then the second, the third, the fourth, the fifth, etc. So to do that, I need to order by, and here I can give this count an alias, for example, num allergies, and I can order by this num allergies in descending order. If I run this, okay, you can see that we have the popular ones first. So for example, penicillin, codeine, sulfa. So for example, penicillin or penicillin, I don't know how to pronounce that, appeared more than 1,000 times. Codeine 300 times, and the list goes and it drops. Okay, but then we are not done yet, because it says remove null values from query. So as you can see, the first value to appear is null, so it's a null value. So that means that more than 2,000 people or patients doesn't have allergies, or in this case, in the allergies column, they have a value of null. So how am I going to get rid of this? I can get rid of this by using the group by using having I can do maybe this, having not null. Okay, this is not correct. Okay, maybe what I can do is I can use the where clause or the where statement. So where allergies, this is the easiest I think step to do or approach, where allergies is not null. So I'm going to format this so that it is clear for you people. Okay, so let's recount what we have done. We have selected two columns, allergies and another column which is a function. In this case it's count, and we are counting everything, and we name this column as num allergies from the patients table, where allergies is not null. So it's going to select all or filter and select all the allergies except the null, where is a null value. I'm grouping by allergies because I'm doing this count. And lastly, I'm going to order by the number of allergies in descending order. So if I run this, we have our query correct. So here you can see the solution given by the website, and as you can see, it's similar. And here are alternative solutions as well. So if you came up with another solution like the alternative ones, share it in the comments down below. And if you find this video useful, don't forget to follow, and I'll see you in the next one. Thanks. Hi, in this video we are going to solve an intermediate SQL query. So to begin, we need to head to sqlpractice.com. So this is the website, www.sql_practice.com. After we arrive to the website, we need to click on this part and select hospital database. Then we need to click on view all questions. We need to click on difficulty and choose medium. Then we need to scroll down until we see the one which says show all patients' first name, last name, and birth date who were born in the 19th decade. Okay, we select that one and we can begin. I'm going to get rid of this, and we can take a look at the patients table. And if we click on this green arrow, we can also take a look at the data inside the table, all the columns and some rows. So you can see we have 4,530 rows in this table. And if we click on expected output, we can get the output that we should get after querying this data. So you can see we have a first name column, a last name column, and a birth date column, and 623 results. And if we click on get in again, we can see the solution keywords. For example, select, where, order by, as, sending, and year. So those are some statements we can use in our query if we don't know how to approach it. And if we click on get hint again, we can get a portion of the solution. So here is a line of code. So just to give us an idea on how to solve this problem. But let's do it ourselves and together. First of all, we need to understand the question itself. So I'm going to read the question one more time and let's try to understand it. So it says, show all patients' first name, last name, and birth date who were born in the 1970s decade. Sort the list starting from the earliest birth date. Okay, so let's break it down step by step. First, we need to show all patients' first name. Okay, so I'm going to use the select statement. Select first name, all the patients' last name, and birth date. Okay, this is from the patients table. But now it says, and of patients who were born in the 70s. So I need to filter by using the where statement, where birth date, and as you can see in the birth date column we have the following information. This is the format. It's the year in 4 characters, the month, and at the end the day. Okay, so it's year, month, and date. And here you can see in the expected output that we have only people who were born in the 1970. In 1970s, 1971, so in that decade. So I need to filter that, and to do that I need to say where birthday between, I can use this 90 70 and 1979. I can do that, but let's see if it is correct. It won't be correct. I'll tell you why. Because it doesn't respect or follow the format. So in this case, the birth date column is a date column. So I cannot just simply do this. If I want to do this, I need to say where year birth date between 1970 and 1979. And if I run this query, you can see that it's almost correct. We get only people who were born in the 1970, but we are not done yet, because we need to sort the list starting from the earliest birth date. So I need to order by year again, birth date, and starting from the earliest, so in ascending order. So it needs to start from the year 1970, and the last people need to show now 1979 or the latest. So if I just if I do this, and if I close my query and run it, okay, I have an error here. Okay, it's a misspelling. And if I run it again, you can see it's not correct. Let's see why. Okay, so it's not correct. As you can see, the first okay, I know why. Because we are just specifying that it needs to start from the year 1970, but not from the earliest date. It's 1st of January 1970, and as you can see, that doesn't take it into account. For example, here the first one is 1970, and the month is May, and then June, and then March, and then September. So to fix that, I can just remove the year, and I can run it again, and we got it correct. So as you can see, it's the same as the solution provided by the website. Here are another solutions, and you can compare it with yours. So if you did it by yourself, and if you came up with another solution, write it down in the comments. And if you find this video useful, don't forget to follow me and keep in tune, or stay in tune to see more videos like this. See ya. Hi, and welcome back. In this video, we are going to solve an intermediate SQL problem. Okay, so let's begin. First, we need to head to sqlpractice.com. This is the website where you can practice your SQL skills. And we need to select the hospital database, as I'm doing here. You need to click on View All Questions, select difficulty medium, and we need to scroll down until we see the question which says we want to display each patient's full name in a single column. I select that one, and we can start solving this problem. So first, I can see that we have the patient's table, information about our table inside our database. This is what we will be working with. I can just also take a look by clicking on this green arrow. I can take a look at the data inside, at the rows. And if I click on expected output, I can see the output that we should get with our query. So you can see there is a new name format, and I believe these are names. Okay, let's find out after we read the question closely. And if I click on get hint again, I have some solution keywords I can use just to give me an idea. And if I click on get hint again, I can also see a portion of the solution. So you can see here just a string of code or a line of code, also just to give us an idea. But I encourage you and I suggest to first try to solve it by yourself or by ourselves. And if we are stuck, we can take a look at the hints just to have an idea. But to develop our problem solving skills, we need to read the question carefully and try to come up with a solution ourselves. Okay, so let's do it together. First, we need to understand the question in order to solve this problem. So I'm going to read it again. We want to display each patient's full name in a single column. Their last name in all upper letters must appear first, then first name in all lowercase letters. Separate the last name and first name with a comma. Order the list by the first name in descending order. Example, Smith, J. Okay, so it seems complex, but let's break it down step by step. So first, we need to understand that they want the full name of the patient in a single column. So inside the patient's table, we have first name and last name. So they want to merge those two together. So that's pretty easy. But then it says their last name needs to be in all upper letters, and it needs to appear first. So instead of selecting, for example, first name and last name, it needs to be the other way around. First, we need to show the last name and then the first name. If I run this query, I need to select from which table, from patients. Okay, so I have here the last name and the first name, but it says that it needs to be in a single column. So how are we going to do that? To do that, we need to combine those two columns. Okay, for example, Waterfield, we need to combine this one with Donald so that it appears in a single column. And to do that, we can use the concat function. So what this does is that it combines two columns. In this example are a string, the data type is a string or text. So if I do this, you can see after running the query that we get Waterfield and Donald. So we are combining the last name and the first name. Okay, but we are not done yet, because it says that the last name needs to be in all upper letters. So to make it upper letters, I need to use upper, and I need to surround inside parentheses the name of the column. If I run this query, you can see that now the last name, which appears first, is in all upper letter, and then it says the first name needs to be in all lowercase. So I can do the same, lower, and I can close the name of the column in parentheses. If I run this query, you can see that now the first name appears in lowercase. So for example, I don't know, West is the last name and John is the first name. So West, it's in uppercase and John, it's in lowercase. But now it says you need to separate the last name and first name with comma. Okay, so how are we going to do that? Okay, so we are already using the concat function, so we can combine columns, but we can also combine it with other text or numbers of our own. So for example, I can put here inside single quotes or double quotes. You can use you can use whatever you want, but here only lower single quotes are available, and I can say comma. And if I run this, you can see that now the last and first names are separated by a comma. And before continuing, I can give an alias to this column so that it's more understandable. So I can say new name, and if I run the query, now the column, it's called new name. Okay, and then we need to order the list by the first name in descending order. So that's pretty easy. We need to order by first name in descending order. So if I run this query, you can see that we have done it correctly. And here is the solution provided by the website, and you can see more alternative solutions. So we got everything right: the last name, the comma, the first name, and the sorting. So if you find this video useful, don't forget to follow and leave a comment, and I will see you in the next one.
Hi, my name is Juan Martinez. I am a data analyst, and in this video we are going to solve an intermediate level SQL problem. Okay, so let's begin. We need to head to sqlpractice.com. This is the website we will be working with, and then we need to choose hospital database, because we will be working with hospital data. We need to click on view all questions. We select difficulty medium, and we scroll down until we see the question which says show the province IDs, sum of height, where the total sum of its patients height is greater than or equal to 7,000. So we select that one, we get rid of this, and we can begin solving this problem. Okay, first of all, we can take a look at the table. Here is the patients table, and we can see many columns like first name, last name, gender, city, etc. This is information about patients inside this database in a hospital. And if I click on this green arrow, I can take a look at the rows inside. Also, if I click on expected output, I can see how the output should look like after querying the data. If I click on get hint again, I can see some keywords in SQL that I can use to solve this problem. And if I click on get hint again, I can see a portion of the solution. So you can see a line of code just to get an idea on how to approach and how to solve this problem. So I encourage you to solve it first on your own, and if you are unable to do it, or if you get stuck and you want to do it with me, okay, stick with me and we'll do it together in this tutorial. Okay, so first of all, we need to understand the problem. This is the first and more important step. So again, it says show the province IDs, sum of height, where the total sum of its patients' height is greater than or equal to 7,000. Okay, so let's break it down and do it step by step. So first, it says that we need to show the province IDs. So where is the province IDs in the table? So if I search for it, I can see that I have a column named province ID. So I'm going to use the select statement and select province ID. Then it says I need to show the sum of height. So I will do that, sum, and height, the information about the height. If I take a look here, it is in the height column. It's an integer, it's a number. So I'll use that. And it says where the total sum of its patients. Okay, so now I just need to specify from which table I want to retrieve these two columns. Okay, so then it says where the total sum of its patients' height is greater than or equal to 7,000. Okay, so now I need to say where I need to filter where sum height it's greater or equal than 7,000. Okay, so let's see what happens if I do this. This query will not work. We'll see why in a moment. If I click on run here, it says misuse of aggregate sum. Why is this happening? Okay, this is happening because I'm using a function, aggregate function sum. It's summing the height, but it is an error because if I select province IDs, there are multiple province IDs, but if I sum height, it's going to sum all of the heights. So in one column we will have multiple rows, but in the column named sum height, I will have only one piece of information, only one row, the total sum of all the height of the patients. First, I'm going to give an alias to this. I'm just going to say some height. So
to prevent that, I need to get rid of this, and I need to group by. Okay, every time I have a function like aggregate function like sum, average, or something like that, I need to group by, and I will group by province ID. If I run this now, you can see that now I have every identification of every province and the sum of their patient's height. But then it says where the total sum of its patient's height is greater than or equal to 7,000. So with where didn't work, and now since we have group by, we need to use having. Okay, this is similar to where, the where statement, but we use this having instead of where when we are grouping. So I will say when group by province ID having some height greater or equal to 7,000. Okay, because as we can see here, there are provinces whose total height it's less than 7,000. For example, here is less than 7,000. This is less, this and this. So I want to show only this province ID with the respective height, or the sum of the height, this one, and this one. Okay, so only 3. So if I close this query and I click on run, we get our query correct. So you can see the solution provided by the website, and as you can see, it's very similar to ours. So if you found another way or another solution to solve this problem, leave it in the comments. And if you find this video useful, don't forget to follow, and I'll see you in the next one. Hi, in this video we are going to solve an intermediate SQL problem. Okay, so let's begin. We need to head to sqlpractice.com. This is the website we will be working on. The link is going to be on the description down below, or you can just type sqlpractice.com just like it is here. Then we need to select hospital database and click on view all questions. We need to select on difficulty medium, and we need to scroll down until we see the question which says show the difference between the largest weight and the smallest weight for patients with the last name Maroney. We select that one, we select this and get rid of it, and we can start solving this problem. Okay, so we can take a look at the patients table. So you can see here there is a patients table with columns about with information about patients inside a hospital. If I click on the green arrow, I can see the rows inside and take a look at how the data looks inside. If I click on expected output, I can see the output we should get after querying the data. If I click on get hit again, I can see some solution keywords. So these are suggestions from the website of a statement of SQL clauses or statements to use in this problem, to solve this problem. And if I click on get hit again, I can see a portion of the solution. So you can see a line of code here. So just to give us an idea on how to solve it. So I suggest to you to solve it first on your own, and then we can compare it and do it together. Okay, so let's do it now. First of all, we need to understand the problem. So if I read the problem one more time, it says show the difference between the largest weight and smallest weight for patients with the last name Maroney. Okay, so let's break it down. It says show the difference between largest weight and smallest weight. So we need to first find the largest weight. So I'll say select, and to find the largest weight,
I need to use max, and information about weight, it's here in the weight column. So inside parentheses I'll write weight. I'll select the patients table from patients. So if I do this and I run it, I can see the max weight. So you can see the max weight was 142. And if I select the minimum weight, it's 1. So min, it's 1. But and now I need to show the difference between these two weights. As you can see, the difference is 141 if we subtract one from another. If I do this, max weight, oops, minus mean weight from patients is 141. But as you can see, this is the incorrect solution. Why? Because we are not done yet. The question says for patients with the last name Maroni. So as you can see, we need to find the maximum weight and the minimum weight for patients with the last name Maroni. So to do that, I just need to filter using the where statement, where patients, patient's last name. So last name, it's here where last name equals Maroni. So now if I just take a look at the maximum weight, now instead of being 142 is 112 for people with the last name Maroni. And the minimum weight is 41. So now we are going to subtract and show the difference between 112 and 41. So I just write again maximum weight minus minimum weight, and I run the query, and you can see the difference is 71. I could also have done an alias as it is shown here in the solution provided by the website. But if you've done the same as I did, we got the query correct. So okay, this is everything for now. I hope you understood the thought process and how to solve this problem. So if you find this video useful, don't forget to follow and leave a comment, and I'll see you in the next one. Hi, and welcome back. In this video, we are going to solve together an intermediate SQL problem. Okay, first of all, we need to head to SQL linepractice.com. This is the website where we can improve our SQL skills and practice. We need to select then the hospital database, and then we need to click on view all questions, select difficulty medium, and we need to scroll down until we see the question which says show all the days of the month and how many admission dates occurred on that day. We select that one, then I need to select this, erase it, and we can start solving this problem. Okay, so first of all, I can take a look at the table here at table info. The table name is admissions, and if I want to see the data inside, I need to click on this green arrow. So now I can see how the rows look like, the data. So as you can see, it's information about admissions, patients' admissions in a hospital. And now I can take a look at the expected output. So you can see we have two columns, the number and number of admissions. And
This is the output we should get with our query. If I get hint again, I can see some keywords I could use, or we could use. And if I click on get hint again, I can see a portion of the solution. So you can see some line of codes just to give us an idea. But I suggest to you not to see all the hints. Try first to solve it on your own, by yourself. So in this way you will enhance your problem solving skills. And if you are stuck, or you cannot continue, or if you are unable to solve it, we can do it together. Okay, so let's do it together now. First, we need to understand the problem. So I will read the problem one more time. So it says, show all of the days of the month from 1 to 31 and how many admission dates occurred on that day. Sort by the day with most admissions to least admissions. Okay, so let's break it down and do it step by step. So first it says show all of the days of the month. Okay, so to show all of the days of the month, we are going to use the select statement. And as you can see, to show all of the days of the month, we can use one of these columns, which are dates, for example, admission date and discharge date. But we will use admission dates because that's what is requesting us to use, and how many admission dates occur on that day, and so on. So we'll select admission dates, admission date. But if I just do that, it will show all the information about the date, so the month, the year, and the day. But I just need the days of the month. So to do that, I will use day, and inside parentheses, admission date. Now I will select the table from admissions, and if I run this, you can see that now we get the day of the month for each date. But now it says, and how many admission dates occurred on that day. Okay, first I can give an alias to this as day. Oops, like this. And also we are requested to show how many admission dates occurred on that day. So to do that, I can just count, and I can count everything, and I can give an alias like num days or num admissions. Okay, so for example, we need to see how many admission, or how many how many admissions occurred on the 6th day of the month, for example, or on the 21st, just to see, or on the first day of the month, if there is information, useful information that could say, okay, the last day of the month is where people most often go to the hospital, or in the middle of the month, or at the beginning of the month, or something like that. I think. Okay, so if I do this and I run, you can see that I get this only one row. Why? Because we need to group by. So we need to group by. Okay, I can give another alias, day number, and I can group by that. Group by day. Oops, I cannot type today. Day number. And so now if I do this, I can see how many
admissions occurred on each day of the month. So the first day of the month, there were 156 admissions. In the second day of the month, there were 180 admissions, etc. But we are not done yet, because it says sort by the day with most admissions to least admissions. So we need to order by the number of admissions, because as you can see here, it's sorted by the day number. So the first show it's appears first, and 31st appears the last or the least. So instead I need to order by number of admissions. So the biggest number in this column needs to appear first. So I do that in descending order. So if I run this query again, but before that I can format it so that it looks nicer. I click on run and we get the query correct, and as you can see, we get the information as exactly the same as the output, as the expected output. So you can see the solution provided by the website, it's quite similar, and yep, we got it correct. So if you find this video useful and if you learned something, please leave a comment or subscribe, and I'll see you in the next one. Hi, in this video we are going to solve an intermediate level SQL problem. Okay, so in this case we need to head to sqlpractice.com. The link is going to be in the description, and then we need to click on hospital DB because we are working with hospital data. Then we need to click on view all questions. We need to select difficulty medium, and we need to scroll down until we see the question which says show all the columns for patient ID 542's most recent admission date. We select that one, we get rid of this, and we can begin solving this problem. So I suggest to you solving it first on your own, give it a try, and if you are stuck or don't know how to approach the problem, or if you want to compare your solution with mine, you can resume the video and we can do it together. Okay, so first of all, I can take a look at the table we will be working with. So this is the admissions table, and if I click on the green arrow, we can see the rows inside. Also, if I click on expected output, I can see how the output should look like at the end of our query, or what the query needs to return. And if I click on get hit again, I can see some keywords I can use to solve this problem or to use inside my query. And if I click on get hint one last time, I can get a solution portion, but as you can see, there is no portion I can see. So we are blinded and we need to figure it out by ourselves. Okay, so let's understand the problem. That's the first and most important step in order to solve this question. So it says show all columns for patient ID 542's most recent admission date. Okay, so let's break it down and do it step by step. So first it says show all columns. Okay, so to show all columns, I just need to select everything from the admissions table. And then it says for patient ID 542, where patient ID equals 542. And then it says most recent admission date. So I just need to, because okay, so if I run this, I can see that there are two admission
this patient went to the hospital. So this patient with the ID 542 went to the hospital twice, one in 2018 and one in 2019. Everyone is for a different diagnosis. It was attended by a different doctor, etc. So it's a different admission, but we only need to show the most recent admission date. So we only need to show this one. How are we going to do that? Okay, maybe we could just say where admission date equals 2019 and everything, but let's imagine that we are not able to see this output. Okay, we don't know what is inside the admissions table. Imagine we can just see this. Okay, we could scroll down manually and find the patient ID, or maybe what if we don't have anything at all? Okay, we don't have anything at all, only with the information at hand. We need to solve this problem. So how are we going to do that? Okay, we need to say we could do two things. First, we could do a subquery, for example, where admission date equals, and then I need to subquery select admission, select max admission date I need to close this in parentheses from admissions. So if I run this query, it's going to show only the maximum admission date. So if I just run this selection, you can see the maximum date, it's this one, 2019. So I can do this. Okay, this is going to show the answer, or I could also do the following. I can do the same as I did here. Maybe it's not necessary to, I can do this now. Or another solution is this. I can order by admission date, and I can limit 1. Okay, so what I'm doing here, okay, I'm ordering by the admission date. I'm going to the first row is going to be the biggest admission date, or the largest. So in this case, this one. The second one is going to be the 2018 one, but I just want to show only one row. So for that I'm using limit 1. So I can do this, or I can do this also. Where patient ID and admission date. Maybe if I do this, and instead I do also this, and if I close this, maybe I can get everything. Okay, so let's see if it is correct. So I will run this query, and it says incorrect solution, where patient ID it says no rows to display. Maybe I'm doing something wrong. Admission date, equals select max admission date from admissions. Okay, what am I doing wrong? From admissions. Okay, maybe instead of doing this, I could do the second one. And if I run this, okay, I get the correct answer. Okay, so I don't know why the other solution wasn't correct. As you can see here at the alternative solutions, one alternative solution is exactly the same as I was doing it before. Maybe I had some misspelling or something like that. Oh yeah, maybe because I wasn't using this where patient ID equals 142 in the subquery. Maybe that's why. But as you can see, we did it one way or another. And if you find this video useful, don't forget to leave a comment, and I'll see you in the next one. Hi, in this video we are going to solve an intermediate level SQL problem. So let's begin. In order to practice our SQL skills, we need to head to sqlpractice.com. This is the website we will be using. Then we need to click on Hospital DB and then click on View All Questions. We need to select difficulty medium, and we need to scroll down until we see the problem which says show patient ID, attending doctor ID, and diagnosis for admissions that match one of the two criteria. We select that one, then we get rid of this, and we can begin solving our SQL problem. Okay, so we can take a look at the table admissions. So we can see here some columns, like example admission date, discharge date, etc. We can see some the expected output. So this is the output our query should return. If we click on get hint again, we can see some solution keywords. So the website suggests us to use select, where, in, length, and like. These are just some of the keywords we can use. And if we click on get hint again, we can see a portion of the solution. So you can see this is showing some lines of code we can use to solve this problem. Okay, so I suggest to you, and I encourage you to do it first on your own by yourself. Try it, give it a try, and if you are stuck or if you are unable to continue or don't know how to approach this problem, we can do it together step by step. Okay, so let's do it together. First, we need to understand the problem. So in this case, I'm going to read the problem once more and try to understand it. So it says show patient ID, attending doctor ID, and diagnosis for admissions that match one of the two criteria. Okay, the first criteria is patient ID is an odd number and attending doctor ID is either 1, 5, or 19. The second criteria is attending doctor ID contains a 2 and the length of patient ID is 3 characters. Okay, so seems complicated, but let's break it down. First, it says show patient ID, attending doctor, and diagnosis for admissions. Okay, we can begin by doing that. So we are going to use the select statement, and it already gives us it is already giving us the name of the column. So you can see patient ID. I have patient ID here, attending doctor ID. I have the same, so I'm just going to type those. So select patient ID, comma, attending doctor ID, comma, and diagnosis. And I need to select the table from admissions. And now I can begin looking at the two criteria. So the first one, patient ID is an odd number. Okay, so I need to say where patient ID is an odd number. So what is an odd number? Odd number is like 1, 3, 5, 7, etc. But I cannot just type where patient ID equals 1 or 3 or 5 or 7, or because we can write infinite numbers, because the patient ID could be a very large number. So instead, to find odd numbers in SQL, we need to do the following. We need to do this, use the percentage sign, and then 2, and then we need to do this. Okay, so what is going on here? So what I'm saying is that I need to find those numbers which divided by 2 doesn't have a remainder of 0. So for example, if I do this, 4 divided by 2, if I just run this selection, oh sorry, if I say select, okay, if I do this operation, you can see that 4 divided by 2 is 2, okay, and doesn't have a remainder because, or the remainder is 0 because it is a whole number. But instead, if I do 4 divided by 3, it's 1 point something. You know the idea. So this is why 4 it's an even number, because divided by 2, it's divisible by 2, and it gives a whole number. Okay, so instead 5 divided by 2, if I do this, for example, 5.0 divided by 2, it's going to give me 2.5. So the remainder is 0.5. Okay, but 4.0 divided by 2 gives me a whole number, 2, only 2, not 2.1, 2.5, or whatever. So that's what I'm telling the SQL here, to SQL here. So I need you to divide every patient number by 2, okay, and if that the remainder or the remain number, it's not 0, so if it's 0.5 point whatever, so don't give me those patient ID numbers. So in this case, it's going to be the ones, sorry, it's not, so it's going to be this 2, the 4s, the 6, and so on. Okay, so I need to show only the odd numbers, not the, if I delete this, it's going to show all the even numbers. So if I run this, you can see patient ID 6, 8, 10, 16, 18, 20, 22, 24, 26, 40. Okay, so you can see I get only even numbers. But if I say it's not equal to 0, I get odd numbers. So you can see patient ID 1, 3, 7, 9, 21, 35, etc. Okay, so we got our first criteria. And okay, but also says it's either 1, 5, or 19. The attending doctor ID. So I need to do that by saying and attending doctor ID in 1, 5, or 19. So the attending doctor ID needs to be either 1, like this one, 19, this one, or 5. So if I run this, you can see that only odd patient ID numbers appear and only attending doctors with ID with an ID number of 19, 1, or 5. Okay, but we are not done yet. We only covered one criteria. But the second criteria says the attending doctor ID contains a 2 and the length of patient ID is 3 characters. Okay, so so we can meet the criteria by saying attending doctor ID contains a 2 inside the ID, so it has a 2 in the number, so I can say like, and I need to place 2 wildcards because I want the number 2 to be in whatever position or in whatever place in the ID, in the number. Okay, and the length of patient ID and the length of patient ID is 3 characters. Okay, so this is the second criteria. So for example, if I do this and I run this part of the query, from admissions, okay, sorry, I need to say where attending doctor ID like. So if I run this query, I get the second criteria. So the attending doctor ID contains a 2, for example, 22, 21, 2, 25. So there is a 2 in the ID, and the patient ID is 3 characters. So only 3 characters, like 100 and further. So now I need to combine these 2 criteria, and the question says that it needs to match either one of the 2 criteria. So it's either, so it matches either this criteria or this criteria. So to do that, I just need to combine them by using OR, and now I can just close this inside parentheses so that I know that it needs to be either this or this one. And if I run the query and I just format it so that it looks better, we got the query correct. So you can see this is a little bit more complicated query to solve, but at the end we got it correctly and we solve it step by step with the explanation. So if you find this video useful, don't forget to follow back, and I'll see you in the next one. Hi, in this video we are going to solve an intermediate level SQL problem. My name is Juan Martinez and I'm a data analyst. So in this tutorial we are going to do it together, solving this problem. And first we need to head to sqlpractice.com. This is the website we are going to use. Then we need to click on Hospital DB, and then we need to click on View All Questions. We need to select difficulty medium, and we need to scroll down until we see the question which says show first name, last name, and the total number of admissions attended for each doctor. Every admission has been attended by a doctor. We select that one. Oops, sorry about that. We get rid of this. And now we can begin solving our SQL problem. Okay, first I can take a look at the tables we need to use. In this case, we have 2 tables instead of 1. The first one is the admissions table, and if we click on this green arrow, we can see the rows, the information inside, and also we have a doctors table, and if we click on the green arrow again, we can see the information inside this table. So you can see this is all information related to hospitals. So on hints, we can see this the expected output. This is the output we should get after making our query or typing our query. And if we click on get hit again, we can see some keywords we can use to solve this problem. And if we click on get hit one more time, we get a portion of the solution. So this is going to show us some lines of SQL code so that we can get an idea on how to solve this problem. But I encourage you to solve it on your own before watching all the hints, and try it first. And if you are stuck, or if you are unable to do it, or if you want to compare your solution with ours, you can resume the video and we can do it together step by step. Okay, so first of all, we need to understand the problem. So it says show first name, last name, and the total number of admissions attended for each doctor. Every admission has been attended by a doctor. Okay, so now let's break it down. First, it says show first name, last name, and total number of admissions. So we can begin by doing that. Select with select statement. Select first name, comma, last name, and total number of admissions attended for each doctor. Okay, so we need to use count, and we need to count everything, right? Later on, we are going to group by. So if I just okay, then I need to select from which table. So I'm going to, so first name and last name appear in the doctors table. So I'm going to use from doctors. Okay, but this, if I try to run this query, it won't work. Okay. Well, it will work, but it's not the correct solution, because it's only giving us the one name and a count of the rows. I can give an alias to this, but we need to count the total number of admissions attended for each doctor. So the admissions, the information about the admissions is in the admissions table, not in the doctors table. Okay, the doctors table only gives us the doctor ID, the name of the first name of that doctor, the last name of that doctor, and the specialty. That's all. But if we take a look at the admissions table, we can see that here are all the admissions, and we can see that we have an attending doctor ID. So if we take a closer look to the admissions table, we can see that attending doctor ID, it's a foreign key. You can see the silver, or the key here, the silver key. And this attending doctor ID, it's a foreign key. It's referring to the doctor ID in the doctors table. So you can see doctor ID is a primary key in this table. So that means that these two tables are connected via this column. Okay, this foreign key, attending doctor ID, and doctor ID in the doctors table. So for example, this doctor, attending doctor ID number 21, if we take a look at the doctors table, it's the same as this one. Okay, Lisa Cudi. So I just need to finish the alias count as num admissions. Okay, so what can I do? I need to connect these two tables. So to do that, we need to join. So I'm going to join the admissions table with the doctors table on the same column, the column that they are have in common. So in this case, the attending doctor ID in the admissions table and the doctor ID in the doctors table. So I'm going to say on admissions dot attending doctor ID equals doctors dot doctor ID. Okay, so if I do this, can see that now we are counting the number of admissions, but we are not done yet because we need to group by every doctor, first name and last name. And now if I do this and I run the query, we get the query correct. So now as I grouped, we are counting how many times this particular doctor had admissions, or had patients in the hospital. So you can see the solution provided by the website. It's pretty similar to ours, and you can see another solution provided by the website, an alternative solution, so you can compare it and see if you did it correctly or similar. So this is it for this problem, and I'll see you in the next one. If you find this video useful, don't forget to subscribe, like the video, and if you're watching this as a part of our course, also you can leave a comment. I'll see you in the next one. Hi, in this video we are going to solve an intermediate level SQL problem. So first we need to head to sqlpractice.com. This is the website we will be working on or with. Then we need to select hospital DB. Then we need to click on view all questions, select difficulty medium, and we need to scroll down until we see the question which says for each doctor display their ID, full name, and the first and last admission date they attended. Then we need to get rid of this, and we can take a look at the tables. So we can see here an admissions table. If we click on the green arrow, we can see the rows inside and the name of the columns, etc. And also we can see the doctors table. And if we click on the green arrow, we can see the information inside the doctors table. If we click on expected output, we can see the output we should get after doing our query. And if we click on get it again, we can see some solution keywords. So these are the keywords suggested by the website we can use on our SQL code. And if we click on solution portion, we can also get some portion of the solution, so you can see some lines of code so that we can get an idea on how to approach and solve this problem. Okay, but now let's do it together. But first, I encourage you to try it on your own. And if you are stuck or you don't know how to approach it, or if you don't know how to continue, or if you do it and you did it correctly and you want to compare it with my solution, you can resume the video and we can do it together. Okay, so let's read the problem. So for each doctor, display their ID, full name, and the first and last admission date they attended. Okay, so let's break it down. First, it says for each doctor, they display their ID, full name, and the first and last admission date they attend. Okay, so first, display their ID. So we can begin by doing that for each doctor. Display their ID. So in the doctors table, I have a doctor ID column, so I'm going to use that. Select doctor ID and the full name. So there is no full name column, but a first name and last name, so I need to concat that. Use the concat function to combine the first name and the last name. So I need to say concat first name, comma, I need to give an space, comma, last name, and I'm going to give an alias as full name. And okay, if I just run this query from doctors, oh sorry, I forgot to place a comma here. Okay, I get the doctor ID and the full name of that doctor, but then it says and the first and last admission date they attended. So the admission dates are inside the admissions table. So now I need to combine these two tables in order to get that information. So how are we going to do that? Okay, we have with a foreign key and a primary key. So in the admissions table, we have an attending doctor's ID, which is a foreign key. You can see that is we have like a silver key. So that means that it's referring to another column in the doctor's table. So the column it's referring to is the primary key in the doctor's table, which is doctor ID. So I can do that and join those two together. So I need to join the admissions table on, and I'm going to give an alias to these two tables so that it's easier for me to referring to them later on. A admissions dot attending doctor ID equals D dot doctor ID. Okay, so I'm doing that, and I hope you can see everything. Oops. Okay, so now what we are going to do, it's the following. We now join the two tables, but we still need to find the first and the last admission date they attended. So to do that, I need to show in the expected output. I need to show the first admission date in a column and the last admission date in another column. So I need to get back to the select part of the query, and I need to select the like it's shown here, the first admission date. Okay, so the first admission date is the earliest admission date. So in this case, I need to use the min and admission date. And this is going to show, sorry, I forgot to place a comma. Okay, so this is going to show the minimum or the earliest admission date. But why is it only showing one? Because I need to group everything. I need to group by, and I need to group by the doctor ID and the full name. So in that case, it's going to return the minimum admission date for every doctor. So you can see this is the earliest they gave an admission to a patient, and I can give an alias to this as first admission date, but I also need to show the last admission date. So to do that, I can use the max admission date, give an alias as last admission date. And now if I run this query, we should get the correct answer. So as you can see, we got it correctly. It was a little bit long, but doing it step by step, trying to understand the problem and all the steps involved, that will give us more understanding of the problem, and we can enhance our problem solving skills. So if you find this video useful, don't forget to leave a comment, and I'll see you in the next one. Hi, my name is Juan Martinez. I am a data analyst, and in this video we are going to solve an intermediate level SQL problem. So in this case, we need to enter the SQLpractice.com website. This is where we are going to solve this problem, and you can use this website to practice your SQL skills. So we need to then select the hospital DB, and we need to click on view all questions. We need to select difficulty medium, and then we need to scroll down until we find a question which says display the total amount of patients for each province, order by descending. So if we do that, we can see the question. So now we need to select this, erase it, and we can take a look at the tables. So we have a patients table, which has information about patients inside a hospital, and province names table, which has information about provinces. So in the patients table, we have, if we click on the green arrow, we can see the rows, and the same in province name. Also, we can take a look at the expected output. So you can see this is the output we should get after doing our after querying. So we have a province name and patient count. Also, if we click on get hint again, we can see the solution keywords. So these are the statements or the clauses the website is suggesting us to use in our SQL code. And we can also, if we click on get hint again, we can see a portion of the solution. So you can see some lines of code just to give us an idea on how to approach and solve this problem. Okay, so I encourage you to first do it on your own, and then we can compare it. And if you are stuck or you are not able to do it, or you get confused or whatever, you can resume the video and we can do it together step by step. Okay, so first we need to understand the problem. So I'll read the question again. It says, display the total amount of patients for each province, order by descending. Okay, so let's begin breaking it down. So it says display the total amount of patients. Okay, so to show the total amount of patients, I need to use the select statement, and I need to need a count. I'm going to count everything, and from patients. So if I run that, I can get the count of everything. But if instead I use do count patient ID, okay, I'll get the same. But if I do instead count distinct patient ID, I get how many patients I have in this table, in the patients table. So as you can see, group by patient ID. Okay, so you can see we have 4,530 patients, but those need to be split on each province. Okay, because every patient come from a different province. As you can see here, they have a province ID associated with them. So instead of doing this, I just need to also select the province name. I'm just going to copy paste this, and now I need to select the table from patients. I'm going to give an alias as PA, but as you can see, there are no province name in the patients table. Instead, the province name, it's in the province names table. So I need to join these two tables together. And how am I going to do that? With a foreign key. So as you can see in the patients table, we have a province ID, which is a foreign key referring to the province ID, which is a primary key in the province names table. So I'm going to do that. I'm going to join the province names table. I'll give it an alias on, okay, maybe I can do it here, on patients dot province ID equals province names dot province ID. Okay, we have done that, and now we need to group, because we are doing a count. We need to group by the province name. Okay, I'm just going to do this just to make sure that we are referring to the province name in the province names table. And if I run this query, you can see I have an error. Oh yeah, because I forgot to place the comma here. And now you can see that we have the name of the province and how many patients came from that specific province. And I can also give an alias here to the count as count patients, or num of patients. Okay, but then we are not done yet, because it says order by descending. So we need to order by descending. Okay, we are not sure if it's like in the by descending in the using the province name column or the count column, or the num patients column. But as if we see the expected output, it seems that it's descending by the patient column. See, we need to order by or sort by the patient count column, because we have a like the biggest number here, and then 60, 49, and it's dropping down. So we need to order by the number of patients, okay, which was the count of everything, in descending order. So if I just format this and run the query, you can see that we got everything correct. Okay, so just to summarize, we selected the province name, which is here, and we count everything, and we gave it an alias. We selected that from the patients table, but we needed to join the province names table. We selected the province ID as a common key between those two tables. We grouped by the province name, and we order by the number of patients. So this is our result, and you can see it's pretty similar to the solution provided by the website. So if you find this video useful, don't forget to leave a comment, and I'll see you in the next one. Hi, my name is Juan Martinez. I am a data analyst, and in this video I'm going to make a tutorial on how to solve an intermediate level SQL problem. Okay, so let's begin. We need to head to sqlpractice.com. This is the website we will be working in. And then we need to select hospital DB, because we will be working with hospital data. And then we need to click on view all questions. We need to select difficulty medium, and then we need to scroll down until we see the question which says for every admission, display the patient's full name, their admission diagnosis, etc. So we select that one, and we can take a look at the tables. So we have 3 tables in this occasion: the patients table, admissions table, and doctors table. So the patients table has information about patients who were attended in the hospital. The admissions table has information about the date of when the patients went to the hospital, when they arrived and when they left, and what was the diagnosis and who attended them, which doctor. And in the doctors table we have information about the doctors, their name and their specialty. So now I can get rid of this, and we can take a look at the expected output. So you can see this is the expected output. This is what we should get after doing our query code, after running it. And if I click on get hint again, I can see the solution keywords the website is suggesting us to use. And if I click on get hint one more time, I can get a portion of the solution. So it's showing us some lines of code just to give us an idea on how to approach and solve this problem. Okay, So try to read the problem and try to solve it on your own, and then we can compare it together. And if you are stuck, or if you don't know how to continue, or if you are unable to solve the problem, we can do it together step by step. Okay, so now I'm going to read the question. So it says, for every admission, display the patient's full name, their admission diagnosis, and their doctor's full name who diagnosed their problem. Okay, so let's break it down. First, it says display, okay, for every admission, display the patient's full name. So we need to select, and the patient's full name, there is not a full name column in the patient's table, but we have first name and last name. So we need to concat that and combine those two columns. So I'm going to be doing the concat. I'm going to be using the concat function, and inside parentheses I'm going to type first name, comma, and space inside double quotes, and last name. Okay, so that's going to give me the full name. So if I just do this and if I run the query, I will get the full name. I can give an alias as full name, and then I need to display the admission diagnosis. So there is no information about the admission diagnosis in the patient's table, but in the admissions table. So we can see we have a diagnosis column here. So I'm going to join those two, join admissions on. Okay, so before proceeding, I'm going to give an alias to each table so that it's easier to refer to those later. Also, I'm going to do the same here so that we make sure that we are referring to the first name and last name of patients and not of doctors, because as you can see in the doctors table we have also a first name column and a last name column. Okay, so now I need to select the common key to join these two tables. So as you can see, in patients table and in the admissions table we have in common the patient ID. Patient ID is a foreign key which references the patient ID in the patients table. So I'm going to use that pa.patient ID equals add.patient ID. Okay, so then so now I need to show the admission diagnosis. So here, if I come back to the select statement, I can use, I forgot to, just a reminder, I forgot to place a comma, so don't forget to place a comma. I need to select the diagnosis. So I'm going to just do AD, which is the admissions table, diagnosis. So it's a good practice when we are dealing with multiple tables and we are joining them, just to give an alias, maybe 2 or 3 letters, and every column that we are selecting also we need to specify from which table we are pulling, or we want to pull that column. Okay, so I'm doing that. We have the diagnosis and the doctor's full name who diagnosed the problem. Okay, so if I just run this, I get the full name of the patient and the diagnosis. And now I need the doctor's full name. So I'm going to use comma. I need to concat. Okay, but before doing that, since the doctor's names are not in either the patients table or the admissions table, I need to pull that from the doctors table. So I need to join as well the doctor table, and I need to also do that. So okay, so I need to join that as well. So I'm going to do also join doctors. I'm going to give an alias do on, and what is common between doctors table and admissions table is the attending doctor ID and doctor ID. So I'm going to do that on do dot doctor ID equals add dot attending doctor ID. Okay, so now I can concat the do referring to the doctor's table dot first name comma space comma do dot last name. So if I don't specify from which table I'm pulling these columns, the website and SQL won't know from which table, if it's from the patient's table or the doctor's table. And I can give this patient's full name and doctor full name. So I'm going to zoom out so that you can see better the code. So I'm doing this, and if I run this, you can see that we got it correct. So we got our patient's full name, the diagnosis, and the doctor's full name who gave that diagnosis to the patient. And you can compare it with the solution provided by the website. And it was a little bit difficult, but we did it step by step. And if you find this video useful, don't forget to leave a comment, and I'll see you in the next one. Hi, in this video we are going to solve an intermediate level SQL problem. Okay, so let's begin. First we need to head to sqlpractice.com. This is the website we'll be working in. And then we need to select the hospital.db because we are working with hospital data. Then we need to click on view all questions. We need to select difficulty medium, and we scroll down until we see the one which says display the number of duplicate patients based on their first name and last name. Example, a patient with an identical name can be considered a duplicate. We select that one. We get rid of this. I'm going to zoom in a little bit so that you can see it better. And we can take a look at the table, the patient's table, and if we click on the green arrow, we can see the rows inside and the data. And also we can see the expected output. So you can see we have a first name, last name, and number of duplicates. Okay, we get that. If we click on get hint again, we can see some keywords, keywords to use on SQL to solve this problem. And if we click on get hint one more time, we can see a portion of the solution. So you can see the group by, and this is just to give us an idea on how to solve the problem. Okay, so I encourage you to do it on your own. And if you want to do it with me, or if you are stuck doing it by your own, we can do it. We can solve this problem together. Okay, so let's begin. So first we need to understand the problem. So it says display the number of duplicate patients based on their first name and last name. Okay, so how are we going to do this? So first we need to begin by using the select statement, and we need to display the number of duplicate patients. So to that, for that I need to use the count everything, and I can give an alias as num duplicates. I need to specify from which table, in this case from the patients table. And if we get take a look at the expected output, also says that we need to show the first name and last name. So I'm going to do that in the select statement. Select first name, comma, and last name. So then I need to okay, if I run this, we get the following: a first name, a last name, and the number of all patients. Okay, because I haven't done I am not done yet. We need to group by first name and last name. Okay, so if we do this, instead of just getting one row, we'll get multiple, and it's going to count how many times first name and last name appeared in the database. So as you can see, these are the people and how many times they appeared. But we have a problem, because you can see that there are people who only appeared once, and we are counting those as well, but we want only to count the people who appeared twice or more times in the table. So for example, if I try to scroll, there will be people who appeared twice. For example, if I say where first name equals, I don't know, Avon. Okay, Avon Holroyd, which is not here. Okay, it's not here because it didn't appear once but twice. Avon Travis. Oh yeah, Avon Travis. Yeah, we can see that she or he, I don't know, appeared twice. As you can see, num duplicates is number 2. Or if we say doll and we run, okay, we got 2 people. Doll Forelli, which is the name as the same as Doll Forelli here, and you can see that this person appeared also twice. So now, we only want to show those who have number 2 in this column or more. So to do that, I need to get rid of this, and then I need to do the following. I need to filter by with the having clause, and having count everything greater than 1. So if I run this, I get the exact solution. So you can see that now we get only those people who appeared twice in the table, and we can see the solution provided by the website, and we can compare it with ours. So you can see it's pretty similar, if not the same. Okay, so if you find this video useful, don't forget to leave a comment, and I'll see you in the next one. Hi, my name is Juan Martinez. I'm a data analyst, and in this video we are going to solve together an intermediate level SQL problem. Okay, so first we need to head to this website, sqlpractice.com. Then we need to click on HospitalDB. After that, we need to click on View All Questions. We need to select difficulty medium, and we need to scroll down until the last one. So we'll do this one. Then we need to get rid of this. We select that and erase it, and then we can read the question. So it says, display patient's full name, height in the units feet rounded to 1 decimal, weight in the unit pounds rounded to 0 decimals, birth date, gender non-abbreviated, and convert cm to feet by dividing by 30.48, and convert kilograms or kg to pounds by multiplying by 2.205. Okay, so it's quite long. So before doing that, we can take a look at the table, the patient's table. So you can see the columns, and if we click on the green arrow, we can see the rows inside. So this is all information about patients inside a hospital. And if we click on get hint again, we can take a look at the solution keywords. So these are just some keywords we can use to solve this problem. And if we click on get hint one last time, we can get a portion of the solution. So you can see it's quite long, the SQL code, but here is showing us some lines of code so that we can get an idea on how to solve it. Okay, so with this in mind, we can begin solving it together. Okay, so first of all, we need to understand the problem. That's the first and most important step. So first it says, I'm going to read the question again. It says, display patient's full name. Okay, so we can begin by doing that. Select, and the patient's name, we don't have a full name, but instead we have a first name and last name, so we need to combine those two. Select concat, first name, comma, space, comma, last name. Okay, what else? Display patient's full name, and then the height in the units feet. Okay, so before doing that, I need to select the table so that we can get every so we can get everything step by step. So if I run this, I just getting the full name. I'm going to give an alias as full name. Okay, so we get that. Okay, so then we need to get the height in the units feet rounded to 1 decimal. Okay, so what does this mean? Okay, so we need to get the height of every patient in in the units feet rounded to 1 decimal. So it's going to be just, for example, 10.5 or 20.3, something like that. So only rounded to 1 decimal. Okay, so where is the height in the table? The height is in the height column. So I can select that height, but it says, okay, if I just run this, it's going to give me the height, the number 156, 185, etc. But it says that we need to get this height in feet. So I believe the height it's already in the table, could be in inches. I'm not sure because I'm not from I use the metric system. So maybe, or maybe no, I think maybe this is centimeters. 194 centimeters, 220 centimeters. Yeah, I think. Oh, these are very tall people. 190, 157. Okay, we don't know, but it says we can convert cm. Okay, yeah, maybe it's centimeters to feet by dividing by 30.48. So we need to convert the height from centimeters to feet by dividing by 30.48. If I run that, I get the calculation, but as you can see, we get so many decimals. So to avoid that and to follow the instructions to only show one decimal, I need to use the round function, and I just need to place this inside a parenthesis, and after doing the calculation I need to place a comma and a number to say SQL that I just want to place one decimal. So this number is going to be the number of decimals. So if I run this, now I get the number in feet and only one decimal after the dot. Okay, I can give an alias to this as height feet. Okay, I run this and it's okay, looks better. And then it says that you need to display the weight in the unit pounds rounded to zero decimals. So I just need to also show the weight, and if I just leave it like this, I can see that the weight seems to be in kilograms. Okay, yeah, it's in kilograms, but I need to convert it to pounds. So how are we going to do that? By multiplying these numbers by 2.205. So I need to do the same. Weight multiplied by or times 2.205. If I do this, I get the calculation. So if you see, if you saw Donald Waterfield was like 60 something kilograms, but multiplied by 2.205 we get 143. But then it says that we need to show it with zero decimals, so I need to use the round function again, and inside parentheses I place the calculation, I give a comma, and I'll type the number of decimals I want to show. So in this case only 0, because I don't want to show any decimals whatsoever. So I can give an alias to this, like weight pounds. Okay, if I run this, I'll get the weight in pounds and without decimals. Okay, so we are done with this. Now we need to show the birth date. Also the birth date, it's the column is here, so it's already giving us the name of the column, and we need the gender. So gender, the information is in the gender column. So if I select only gender and if I run this, okay, we get the birth date and the gender, but this is the incorrect solution. We thought that we are done, but we are not done, because it says gender has to be non-abbreviated, and instead we have gender as an abbreviation. It is either M or F, but instead we want it to be like in the expected output, male or female in uppercase. So how are we going to do that? Okay, we need to do that, we need to use the case statement. So this is going to allow us to give a value to each row in a column if they meet a certain criteria. So in this case I'm going to use to say case if. So this is going to work like the if statement in any other programming language. So case, it's like if gender equals, for example, M. So if we have the value M, okay, text M in the gender column, then replace it with male. Okay. Otherwise, how was that? Then male. Okay, else female. Okay, this is going to work because we only have two genders, so it's like a binary optional, M or F, 0, 1. So in this case, if in the gender column we have M as a value, then replace it with male. If there is another value, replace it with female. We can end this case as gender. I'm going to do this, and here, okay, I can do this, but what if we have two or more values in the gender column? Okay, instead I can do the following. That's a good practice. Gender equals M, then male. Gender equals F, then female. Sorry, I forgot to place when, because this is like the if. When gender equals M, then male, and when gender equals F, then female. And the case statement, and name the column as gender. So if we do this, we should get it correct. Okay, so as you can see, it was a little bit long, but we got the query correct. Like I said, in the case statement, when we are replacing one value with another following certain criteria, in this case we could get rid of this line of code and instead use like the solution provided by the website. When gender equals M, then male, else female. Okay, but just in case that we have only two values, it's a binary option, and it's going to save time, but it's always a good practice to also do this in case that we get more than two values. Okay, so if you find this video useful, don't forget to subscribe and leave a comment, and I'll see you in the next one.
Hi, in this video we are going to be working on solving a hard SQL problem. So let's begin. Okay, first of all, we need to do the following, which is going to sqlpractice.com. This is the website where we can practice our SQL skills. Then we need to select hospital.tv, and after that we need to click on view all questions, select difficulty hard, and show the first one. Okay, so this is the problem we'll be solving, and let's first get rid of this. And now let's read the question to know what we need to do. So it says, show all of the patients grouped into weight groups. Show the total amount of patients in each weight group. Order the list by the weight group descending. For example, if they weigh 100 to 109, they are placed in the 100 weight group. 110 to 119 equals 110 weight group, etc. Okay, so before trying to understand the question, let's see what we have, what information we have. So we have a table, which is the patients table, with information about patients inside a hospital. We have the expected output. So you can see here, there are two columns, patients in group and weight group. Also, if we click on get hint again,
we get some keywords we can use. For example, select, count, order by, group by, etc. And if we click on get hint again, we can see a portion of the solution. So this is a line of code just to give us an idea on how to solve this problem. Okay, but if we want to do it by ourselves, let's first try to understand the problem. So the problem, I would read it and break it down step by step. So it says, show all of the patients group into weight groups. So we need to divide the patients into different weight categories. Then it says, show the total amount of patients in each weight group. So there are weight categories, and we need to specify how many patients um, are in each category. So for example, well, before that it says order the list by the weight group descending. Okay, so for example, if we have patients weighing from, I don't know, 100 kilo, like it says here, from 100 to 109, they are placed in the 100 kilogram group or category. Or for example, if they are from, I don't know, 80 to 89 kilos, they are from the 80 kilo category, and etc. And then we need to order the list by the weight group descending. So first goes the people with the most weight, and then it drops down the in descending order. So let's do that. Okay, so first I need to do select, and I need to select, okay, I need to count. I will count everything because I want to show the total amount of patients in each weight group. So I'm going to count everything as patients, oops, count. Okay, then I need to select also the weight category. So for this, I'm going to do um, okay. Okay, so to show the groups, I need to first, okay, so for example, let's see the table. So here we can see um, people with weight of 65, 76, 106, 104, 10, etc. But we only want to show, for example, only the weight group. So 0, 10, 20, 40, 50, like it says here. We only want to show that. So in order to do that, we need um, to make something so that we know for every patient where they belong to. So for example, this patient, the patient number 1, its weight is 65, and he or she belongs to the 60 kilogram category. Okay, we understand that. So we need to turn 65 to 60. Okay, so to do that, we need to divide the weight by 10. So that's going to give us 6.5 in this case. And then I need to multiply that by 10 as well. So it's going to give us 65 again. But if I round this, for example, if I round this, and I don't specify how many how many decimals, it's going to cut down to the decimal. So for example, yeah, so for example, let's say select everything and the weight as, let's say, new weight. New weight from patients. Okay, if I run this, see that now I have the weight and the new weight, which is the weight category. Okay, let's change this. Okay, so for example, at the beginning it was 6.5, okay, without rounding. Oops. Okay, if I did this, it would have been 6.5, but because we are dealing with integers and not float values, so you can see here, the weight is an integer, so it's rounding already. But just to make sure, because if we do this, it's rounding back to like without decimals, but just to make sure, we are putting round as well. And instead of selecting everything, we're just selecting the count of everything. And then we need to group by, and this was as patients count. We want to group by that. So as you can see, the person with the weight 65 belongs to the 60 weight category. The person or the patient with the weight 76 belongs to the weight category of 70, and so on. So if I run this, aggregate functions are not allowed in the group by clause. Oh. Okay, so maybe we don't have to group by that, but okay, by weight category. You have to group, yeah. Okay, yeah, that was my mistake. We need to group by this weight category. And we want to, because we want to count how many people are in the, I don't know, 100 weight category, 90 kilograms weight category, etc. So if I just do this, group by weight category, let me just copy and paste this. Oops. And also I need to order by weight category descending. Okay, so now we have finished our SQL problem. Okay, I hope you find this video helpful. If you do, don't forget to leave a comment, and I'll see you in the next video. Hi, in this video we are going to solve a hard easy problem. Oh, sorry, a hard easy problem, a hard SQL problem. So let's begin. Okay, first of all, we need to go to sqlpractice.com, SQL and linepractice.com. Then we need to select hospital.db. And after that, we need to select view all questions. In difficulty, we need to select hard. And we select the second one, which says show patient ID, weight, height, is obese from the patient's table. Okay, we select that one. We get rid of this. And we can start solving this problem. Okay, so let's read the question. It says, show patient ID, weight, height, is obese from the patient's table. Display is obese as a Boolean 0 or 1. Obese is defined as weight in kilograms divided by height in meters squared greater or equal to 30. Weight is in units kilogram and height is in units centimeters. Okay, so before trying to solve this problem, let's take a look at the information we have, the patients table. So this is a table with information about patients in a hospital. We also have the expected output. So this is the output we should get after writing our SQL code. And if we click on get hint, we can get some solution keywords. For example, select, case, and power. And if we click on get hint again, we can see a portion of the solution so that we have an idea on how to solve this. So I encourage you to solve this problem on your own and try to solve it. And if you are stuck or you are unable to continue, you can come back to the video and we can solve it together. Okay, so let's do it together. So let's read one more time the question and try to understand it and break it down step by step. So it says, show patient ID, weight, height, is obese from the patient's table. Okay, so we can begin by doing that. Select. So it's already giving us the name of the columns. Select patient ID, weight, height, and is obese from the patient's table. Okay, let me just format this. And from patients. Okay, then it says display is obese as a boolean, 0 or 1. And then it says obese is defined as, and this formula. So it's telling me that the is obese column doesn't exist in the patient's table. So if we analyze the table, we don't see any is obese column, but we can see the patient ID here, the weight here, the height is here, and is obese is nowhere to be found. So we have to display it by creating a function ourselves. So first we need to define what obese is. So here it says obese is defined as weight in kilograms divided by height in square meters. It's greater or equal to 30. So if a patient has this this product of dividing the weight by the height, and if the answer or yeah, if they come up with something with a number greater than or equals to 30, they are defined as obese. And if they have a number below 30, they are not obese. And how are we going to display that? With zeros and ones. Okay, so if someone is obese, we are giving them a number 1, and if they are not obese, we are giving them a number 0. So in this case, we need a case statement. So this case statement is something similar as an if. For example, if if someone's weight is greater than, I don't know, whatever, they are obese. If their weight is less than whatever amount, they are not obese. So that's what we are going to do here. So first, let's define here. So if someone which has weight and we divide that by the height, it's greater or equals to 30, then 1, because they are obese. Else, 0. And we can end this as is obese. Okay. If let's see if we can get it right as we run it. So you can see we get it wrong. And let's see why. Okay, so in this case, we are getting it wrong because I forgot to place when. Okay, so case when the weight divided by the height is greater or equal to 30, then it's obese, then 1, else it's not obese, it's 0. Okay, but as you can see, we got the incorrect solution. The solution is not correct. Why? Because here it says the weight is in units kilograms. Okay, so here there is no problems, but here it says the height is in units centimeters, and the formula needs, or it's displayed with meters squared. So that's a problem. So what we need to do is to convert the height that is already in centimeters in the table to square meters. So to do that, we need to um, divide the height by 100. Okay, that's going to give us the height in meters. So, for example, for the patient ID number 1, it's going to give us, it's going to turn 166 centimeters into 1.56 meters. Okay? But we are not done yet. After doing this, it says that it needs to be in meters squared. So we need to elevate the height square. So for that, we are going to use power and to the power of, and we need to elevate this to the power of 2. And so with this, we should get our query correct. So just to make a recap, we are selecting these columns, and then we are using a case stating that if a patient has okay, when the weight divided by the height in meters squared equals or is greater than 30 for each patient, then that patient is going to be obese. So we are going to give them our number 1. Else, if the result of this formula for any patient gives a number below 30, then they are not considered obese. Therefore, we are giving them a 0. And we are calling that column is obese. And we are retrieving all of this from the patient's table. So if we run this, we should get our query correct. So as you can see, we have here the solution provided by the website. Here are some alternative solutions. And also the output is as the site wanted us to be. So here it is. If you find this video useful, you can leave a comment, and I'll see you in the next one. Bye. in this video, we are going to solve a hard SQL problem. So let's begin. Okay, first we need to head to sqlpractice.com. This is the website. The link is going to be in the description. Then we need to select hospital.db because we are working with hospital data. Then we click on view all questions. We select difficulty hard. And after that, we select the third one, which says show patient ID, first name, last name, and attending doctor's specialty. So we select that one and we get rid of this. And now we can begin trying to solve this problem. Okay, so first of all, we need to read the question. So it says, show patient ID, first name, last name, and attending doctor's specialty. And show only the patients who has a diagnosis as epilepsy. And the doctor's first name is Lisa. Check patients, admissions, and doctor's tables for required information. So let's see the tables. So here we have the patients table, which has information about patients, then their names, their gender, their height and weight. Then we have an admissions table where we have information about the admissions for every patient, when they attended the hospital, what the diagnosis was, who was their doctor. And then we have a doctor's table with information about the doctors, their names, and their specialty. Then we have an expected output. So this is the output we should get from our query. So you only 2 rows. And if we click on get hint, we can see some keywords we can use to solve this problem. And if we click on get hint again, we can see a portion of the solution so that we can have an idea on how to solve this problem. Okay, so now I encourage you to solve this problem by your own. And if you want to compare the results, or if you don't get the correct solution, we can do it together. Okay, so let's do it together now. Okay, so first and most importantly, we need to understand the question. So I'm going to read the question one more time. Let's try to understand it and let's break it down and do it step by step. So it says, show patient ID, first name, last name, and attending doctor's specialty. Okay, so let's begin by doing that. Let's select. Okay, so we know we have a patient ID from the patients table. Also, we are going to select first name, last name, and the attending doctor's specialty. We don't have that information in the patient's table, but we have it in the doctor's table. So here I'm going to specify from which table, from the doctor's table, select specialty, and for the patient ID and these other 2 columns, because we have patient ID in multiple columns and first name and last name in multiple columns as well, and we want to show only these columns from the patient's table. So I'm going to specify patients, in patients dot, and then the name of the column. Then I will specify from patients, and since we are trying to pull a column from another table, we need to join. So we are joining the doctor's table with the patient's table. But as we can see, there are no matching columns. So in the patients table, we have patient ID as a primary column and province ID as a foreign key. And in the doctor's table, we only have the doctor ID as a primary key, and we don't have anything that relates these two tables. So for that, we have the admissions table, which functions as a middleman or a middle table, which connects both tables, the doctor's table and the patient's table. How? By the attending doctor ID is the foreign key, which relates to the doctor ID in the doctor's table, and the patient ID, which is also a foreign key, relates or references the patient ID in the patient's table. So first, we are going to join admissions, and let's just give it an alias ID on. Then we are going to connect it with the patient's table, and also let's give patient's table an alias PA, and then we can just write the alias here instead of the full table name on PA dot patient ID equals add admissions dot patient ID. Okay, so that's the column in common. Then we need to join also the doctor's table. Doctors. Let's give it an alias doc and or doc. And here we can remove some letters and just leave doc so that we know that it's the doctor's table. And let's say on doc dot doctor ID equals add for admissions dot attending doctor ID. And then it says show only the patient who has a diagnosis as epilepsy. Okay, so let's do that. Where and the diagnosis is in the admissions table. So admissions table dot diagnosis equals epilepsy. Okay, so we only want to show those who have this diagnosis. And the doctor's first name is Lisa. Okay, so first name, it's in the doctor's table, and doc dot first name equals Lisa. Then it says check patients, and okay, so I think that's everything. If we close this SQL code and run it, we should get our result. Okay, so we got it correctly. So just to make a brief resume, so we selected these columns from the patients table, and to grab this specialty, we had to combine or join multiple tables. We had to connect the patients table with the admissions table, sorry, with the doctors table, and by doing that, we had to use a common key found in the admissions table, and then we had to only filter by those patients who had epilepsy as their diagnosis and whose attending doctor name was or is Lisa. So that gave us only 2 rows. This patient had epilepsy as the diagnosis, and the doctor name was Lisa. And yeah, so we had these 2 people with these criteria. So that's it for this video. If you find it useful, don't forget to leave a comment, and I'll see you in the next video. Hi, and welcome to a new lesson. In this video, we are going to solve a hard SQL problem. So let's get right through it. Okay, so first we need to head to sqlpractice.com. This is the website. The link is going to be in the description. Then we need to select hospital.db. Then we click on view all questions. We select difficulty hard. And then we scroll down until we see the question which says, all patients who have gone through admissions can see their medical documents on our site. We select that one. We get rid of this. And now we can begin solving this question. So first, let's take a look at the tables. So we have two tables, the patients table and the admissions table. So these two tables have information. The first one about patients in the hospital, and the admissions table has information about the admissions for each patient. Then if we click on get hint, we can see the expected output. So you can see this is the output we should get. Also, we can see the solution keywords. So these are some statements from SQL that we can use. And if we click again on get hint, we can see a portion of the solution so that we have an idea on how to solve this problem. Okay, now I encourage you to solve this problem on your own. You can go to the website and try it yourself. If you're stuck or you are unable to continue, we can do it together. Okay, so let's do this problem together. Let's solve it. So we need to understand the question. So let's read it through. So it says, all patients who have gone through admissions can see their medical documents on our site. Those patients are given a temporary password after their first admission. Show the patient ID and temp password. The password must be the following in order: the patient ID, the numerical length of patient's last name, and lastly, the year of patient's birth date. Okay, so let's break it down step by step. So it says, all patients who have gone through admissions can see their medical documents on our site. Okay, so that's just information, just giving some context. Then it says, those patients are given a temporary password after their first admission. Okay, so that's also some context. So every patient who has gone to the hospital has a password. And then it says, show the patient ID and temp password. And okay, so we can begin by doing that. Select patient ID, comma, temp password. So it's for temporary password, I believe. And select from patients. But as you can see, there are no temp password column in any of the tables. So we have to come with a solution, maybe a function, a formula or something, to come up with this password. So the question gives us some clues on how to do it. It says the password, or some more like instructions. So it says the password must be the following in order. So it's the patient ID, the numerical length of patient's last name, and the year of patient's birth date. So if we see the expected output, we can see the temporary password is just a string of numbers. So it's about 6 numbers or seven numbers for some people or more, but are just numbers. So those numbers, we are getting those numbers from the patient ID is like the first couple of numbers. Then the second set of numbers come from the numerical length of patient's last name. So for example, I don't know, she has, or sorry, he has 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 letters in their last name. And also, so they will have, sorry, so they will have 6 in this number as a second set of numbers. Then it says year of patient's birthday. So for example, returning to Sharma, their birth date is 1957. Okay, so I believe for this patient, their temporary password will be 3, and then, okay, let's just write it. Will be 3, and then the length of the last name, so in this case is 6, so 3, 6, and 1957. So if we check with the expected output, we can see that we get the same. So we have the patient ID and their respective password, which is 361967. So it's the same as the one we have here, 361957. Okay, so we have to do this for every patient and every patient who has gone through admissions. So in this case, maybe we don't know yet, but maybe all patients, or maybe, yeah, maybe there are patients in the patients table who haven't gone through admissions. We don't know. So that's why we are going to select the patients from the admissions table. Okay, so to do that, we need to, because we are also getting the patient ID and the last name and birth date, that information only exists in the patient's table. So let's create a password. So to create the password, we need to concat, because we want to combine the numbers from the patient ID, then the numerical length of the year, the birthday, oh sorry, the numerical length of the last name. So last name, and also the year of the patient's birthday. So okay, I'm just going to do this so that it's easier to understand. And I'm going to give an alias as temp password. Okay, then, and okay, I think that's all. But we need to make sure that are people who went to admissions. So to do that, we can join admissions. Let's just give it add as an alias on add dot patient ID equals PA dot patient ID. So PA is the alias for the patient's table. Okay, so now we need to specify from which table we want to retrieve the patient ID. So in this case, it could be from the admissions table, and we can concat the patient ID from the patient's table. The last name has to be from the patient's table, and the birth date also has to be from the patient's table. So if I run this query, okay, it seems we are getting something wrong. Oh yeah, I know what. Because I'm concatenating all these 3 pieces of information, which are like columns, I need to close the parentheses. And here it says there are no such columns as p dot patient ID. Okay, I forgot to, that is PA. And now it says we have the incorrect solution. Okay, I know why. Because we are selecting, so you can see we have here duplicates. So here it's patient ID 1 and 3 and 3 and 6, and there are many patients who are duplicates because in the admissions table, multiple patients have gone more than once through admission. So here we are showing all those times the patients have gone through admission, but we only want a distinct patients. So if I run this again, we get the correct answer. So you can compare it with the solution provided by the website. And here are some alternative solutions so that you can compare how well you did it. So that's it for now. I'll see you in the next video. Hi, in this video, we are going to solve a hard SQL problem. Okay, so let's begin. We need to head to sqlpractice.com. This is the website we will be working in. Then we need to select hospital DB because we are working with hospital data. Then we select view all questions, and then we click on difficulty hard. After that, we need to scroll down until we see the question which says each admission costs 50 for patients without insurance. We click on that one, and then we get rid of this. And now we can begin solving this question. So I encourage you to go to the website and solve it on your own. The link is going to be in the description. You know how to, you need just to follow the instructions on how to get to this question. And if you have done it already, you can compare it with my solution. And we can also, if you are unable to do it, or if you are stuck, we can do it together. So let's begin. Okay, here's the expected output. So only 2 rows with 1 column with has insurance and another column name cost after insurance. So let's read the question so that we can understand what it's asking us to do. It says each admission costs 50 for patients without insurance and 10 for patients with insurance. All patients with an even patient ID have insurance. Give each patient a yes if they have insurance and a no if they don't have insurance. Add up the admission total cost for each has insurance group. Okay, so we have here the admissions table, and if we click on get hint, we can see some keywords we can use to solve this problem. And if we click on get hint again, we can see some portion of the solution so that we have an idea on how to solve this problem. Okay, so let's solve it. Okay, first we need to understand the question very well, and I'll break it down for you step by step to solve this problem. Okay, so it says each admission costs 50 for patients without insurance and 10 for patients with insurance. Okay, so there are patients with and without insurance. The patients with insurance are going to be okay, the cost for them is going to be 10 if they have insurance or 50 if they don't have insurance. Okay, so how are we going to know which patients have or don't have insurance? Here it says all patients with an even patient ID have insurance. For example, if we check the admissions table, the patient with ID number 1 or 3 or 5 or 7 or 9, etc., they don't have insurance. No insurance. And they will get 50 as a cost. And people with ID with these are odd numbers, but people with even numbers, for example, 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, they do have insurance. And the cost for them for each admission is going to be only $10 or $10. And then we need to give each patient a yes if they have insurance and a no if they don't have insurance. We need to add up the admission total cost for each has insurance group. Okay, so we have two categories. They have insurance are going to be the yes category, and the don't have insurance are the no. And then we need to add, okay, so we need to group the yes and the no's. For example, yes, I don't know, equals, so for example, patient ID number 1 don't have insurance, so he is getting 50. Okay, number 2 do have insurance, yes, and he will get 10 as the cost. So we need to count how many odd numbers there are, and we need those are going to be grouped in the no category, and we need to sum all the cost for that group, and the same for the insurance, or the people who have insurance, the yes group. Okay, so I hope it's more or less understandable what we have to do. So let's begin. So we need to select, and then we are going to use the case statement. And here I will say when patient ID, and then to find if they are the patients have even number, or the patient ID is even an even number or an odd number, we're using this, the percentage sign. This is going to be returning the remaining for a division equals 0. So what this is doing is saying if the number, or if the value in patient ID divided by 2 has a remainder of 0, for example, 0 divided by 2, sorry, 4 divided by 2, it's equals 2. So it doesn't have any remainder, so it's 2.0, for example. So the remainder is 0. But instead, 5 divided by 2 equals 2.5. So odd numbers have a remainder that is not 0. It's another number, 5, 3, 4, etc. But even numbers like 4 or 6, they do have a remainder that is 0. Like this is a full number. So that's why we are using this to find the even numbers. Okay, so if the value in the patient ID, the remainder is 0, it's an even number. So if it is an even number, they do have insurance, so they belong to the yes category. Else, they belong to the no category, so they don't have insurance. Then we are ending this as insurance, and then we need to, okay, if we do this, for example, from admissions, okay, if we run this query, we are getting no, 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 yes, yes, no, So if I select patient ID, and then this case, okay, we get the patient ID and we get the category they belong to. So for example, the patient ID number 1, it's an odd number, so they don't have insurance, so they belong to the no category. And the patient with ID number 6, 6 is an even number, so they do belong to the yes category because they have insurance. Okay, so after doing this, we need to uh, give, so people who have no as in the has insurance, they will get 50. They will their admission cost will be 50. So for that, we need to also make a a case statement and do the same. When patient ID remainder of 2 equals 0, then 50, for example. Else, oh no, sorry. Then else 50. Okay, because if a person has an even number, it means that they have insurance. That means that the cost it will be 10. If not, it will be 50. And as cost. This is just an example just to understand. So you can see the patient ID 1 doesn't have insurance, so the cost is going to be 50. And the patient with number 8 do have insurance, so he belongs to the yes category, so the cost is going to be 10. Okay, but this is not the complete answer. We need to add up the admission total cost for each has insurance group. So we need to sum up all the costs for each category. So to do that, we need to instead do this. Count, because we want to count how many people have insurance, and that we want to multiply that by 10. So in that case, if I don't know 10 people have insurance, by 10 bucks, it's going to give us 100. So that's the total cost for that group. Else, we are going to count everything times 50. Okay, if we do that, we'll get our answer. But first, we need to group by as insurance. And then I need to get rid of the patient ID because that's not required. And if I run this query, you see we get the complete answer, the correct answer. So we have grouped by no and yes, and we just got the sum of all the cost. So you can see here, it would have been enough just to not counting and multiplying by 10 as the alternative solutions suggest. So you can see here there are more solutions and you can compare ours or yours with those. So that's it for this video. I'll see you in the next one. Hi, in this video we are going to solve a hard SQL problem. We will do it together. So first we need to head to sqlpractice.com. This is the website where the SQL problem is hosted. And in this website you can also practice your SQL skills. Then we need to select Hospital DB because we are working with hospital data. Then we click on View All Questions. Then we select difficulty hard. These are the hard questions. And we scroll down until we see the question, which says show the provinces that has more patients identified as M than F. Must only show full province name. We select that one. Then we get rid of this. And now we can start. So at the beginning, we can check the tables. So here you can see the patients table, which has information about patients in a hospital. And province names is the second table, which has information about the province. I believe where the patients come from. And yeah, it seems so because they have a column in common. Okay, so now we can see the expected output. So this is the output we should get after writing our SQL code. But first, we can get some more hints so that we have an idea on how to solve this problem. Here you can see there are like some keywords like select, case, count, having, and group by. And if we click on get hint one more time, we can see a portion of the solution so that we can have an idea on how to approach and get the correct solution. Okay, so let's do it now. First, we need to understand the question, and I'll break it down for you step by step. So it says, show the provinces that has more patients identified as M than F. Must only show the full province name. So MF is referring to gender. So the patients are either masculine or feminine. And the table is shown as M for masculine and F for feminine. And okay, so that's the context. But we need to show the provinces that has more patients or more masculine than feminine. So for example, you can see this particular patient, the patient number 10 with ID 10, the province is ON. In this case, this is a foreign key, this is just an abbreviation. And if we go to the province names, ON refers to Ontario. Okay, so that patient, number 10, he comes from Ontario. So that's one. And we need to count how many people are in each province. Okay, let's say we have 10 provinces, Ontario, what else? Ontario, Quebec, Yukon, so these are the provinces. And for example, let's say in Alberta, there are 10 people who are masculine and 9 who are feminine. It's just, I am going just going to write it. In Alberta, there are 10 masculine and 9 feminine patients. And so we need to show only those provinces who have more masculine than feminine. So in this case, Alberta is going to show or appear in the final output. But instead, let's say Manitoba has, I don't know, 20 masculine patients and 31, and I don't know, 24 feminine. So in this case, this province will not appear in the final output. So in the expected output, you can see only the provinces who have the requirement. So we need to do that with SQL code. Okay, so to begin, we need to use the select statement, and we want to select the province name from the province names table. And also, we can we need to specify from which table. So for province names, okay, if I run this, oh sorry, I need to get rid of the comma. I'll get the province name. But now I just need to filter, and I need to say where where the patients or the count of M are greater than F. But here's a problem. I need to group first. I need to count how many masculine and feminine are there. So in this case, I will do count. I'll count everything. And okay, I will count gender. And gender is in the patients table, so I need to join patients on, and here we have a common column. Province ID is a foreign key which references the province ID column in the province names table. So on. So patients, I'm going to give patients an alias PA dot province ID equals, in province names I'm going to give an alias as PR. Oops. Equals PR dot province ID. And I will group, since I have an aggregation, an account, I will group by province name. If I run this, here I'm counting all the genders, but I need to divide, or it's equal that counting all the patients. So I know that in Alberta there are 47 people with a value in the gender column, but I need to divide how many of them are masculine and how many of them are feminine. So let's just, for example, let's do count everything, and gender, I'll group by province name and by gender. So if I do this, now I know how many people are in each province and how many of them are either masculine or feminine. So in Alberta, there are 18 feminine and 29 masculine patients. So in this case, because it's fulfilling our criteria, Alberta, which has more masculine than feminine, will appear in the expected output. But in British Columbia as well, but Manitoba has Manitoba as well. This one as well has more masculine. Nova Scotia as well. Ontario as well. Quebec won't be in our final output because has more feminine than masculine. And Saskatchewan 2 will appear because has more masculine than feminine. So only Quebec won't appear. But I cannot filter by where province name equals Quebec, because if we could do only once the query, I cannot do this. So I'm just doing this to explain to you the thought process and the step by step. I'm breaking down the problem so that we can understand it better. So in order for us to just select the ones who have masculine greater than feminine, I need to use the having. Here's our filter. Having. And now I'll say having count. And here I need to specify. So okay, so having count, and I will say when, sorry, I will use a case statement. Case when gender, I'll just use pa.gender equals M then 1, n. So this is what it's doing. It's every patient who is masculine is giving, it's making another column, and it's giving that patient the number 1. So in this case, because we are counting and we are grouping, in this case we are counting, it's count how many people have are masculine, and just it's going to add up 1 plus 1 plus 1 plus 1. So yeah. So then I need to say when that is greater than count case when patients.gender equals f, then 1 n. So in this case, it's also counting how many people are in the F feminine or are feminine, and it's giving number 1, and it's summing all of that. So if the sum of the masculine or males are greater than the sum of females in any province, it's going to return only the province name. Okay, so if I run this, here it says I have an error. Okay, so I just get rid of gender here and the count and also gender here. So in this case, it's only grouping by province name, and the count is happening in the having statement, all the filter. So if I run this, I'll get the correct answer. And here are some alternative solutions. So there are many ways to come with a solution. So in this case, I have explained it to you. And if you find this video useful, don't forget to leave a comment, and I'll see you in the next video. Hi, in this video, we are going to solve a hard SQL problem. Okay, so first we need to head to sqlpractice.com. This is the website where you can enhance and practice your SQL skills. Then we need to select hospitals.db. Then we need to click on view all questions. In difficulty, we are selecting hard, and we will scroll down until we see this question which says we are looking for a specific patient. Pull all columns for the patient who matches the following criteria. We click on that one. We get rid of this, and we can begin solving this problem. So first we can take a look at the table. So we have a patients table, which has information about patients in a hospital. If I click on this green arrow, I can see the individual rows. If I click in expected output, this is the output we should get. So this is the patient they are asking for. And if I click on get hint again, I can see some keywords I can use to solve this problem. And if I click on get hint again, I can get a portion of the solution. So let's read the question one more time, and let's try to solve it and break it down step by step. So it says, we are looking for a specific patient. Pull all columns for the patient who matches the following criteria. First name contains an R after the first 2 letters, identifies their gender as F, born in February, May, or December. Their weight will be between 60 kilograms and 80 kilograms. Their patient ID is an odd number, and they are from the city Kingston. So this is some specific, very specific information for looking for patients or for a specific patient. So let's begin by using select, and we need to select everything because it says pull all columns, and I need to just select the table, so it's from patients, and I need to filter following these criteria. So the first name contains an R after the first two letters. So I will say where first name. So first name like, and then contains an R. So two underscores, an R, and then a wildcard. So just to say that doesn't matter how many characters come after the R. I just need that the R needs to be at the third place. Then it says identifies their gender as F. Okay, so gender equals F, I believe for female, was born in either February, May, or December. So born, okay, so I have information in the birth date, so and birth date. So to specify three or more months, I need to say and month, because I have the birth date, the complete date, but I just want the month. In, and I use in instead of equals because I want to match more than one result. So in this case, February is the second month, May is the fifth month, and December is the 12th month. And also says the weight has to be between 60 and 80 kilograms. And weight, I can see here, okay, weight between 60 and 80. Okay, and I have no problems using numbers because the weight is an integer. And then it says, and the patient ID is an odd number. And okay, patient ID, the remainder of 2, the remainder dividing by 2, it's not equals to 0. So in this case, it's just dividing the patient ID number by 2, and if the result has a remainder, like a decimal, then it's an odd number, so it's not equal to 0. And the patient is from the city Kingston, so I have a city column, okay, and city equals, here I'm using equals because I just want to compare it with only one value, or has to be just one value. Okay, I will use Control and Q to format this so that it's easier to understand. I close the query, and we should get everything correct. So as you can see here, we got everything correct. It was not so hard. We just had so many criteria to filter. So that's it for this video, and I'll see you in the next one. Hi, in this video we are going to solve a hard SQL problem. So this problem is in the SQLpractice.com website. This website will allow you to practice and enhance your SQL skills. Okay, so after going to the website, we need to click on Hospital DB because we are working with hospital data. Then we click on View All Questions. We select difficulty hard, and then we scroll down until we see the question which says, show the percent of patients that have M as their gender. We click on that one, then we get rid of this, and we can begin solving this problem. So we can take a look at the table. So here we have the patients table and the name of the columns and the individual rows. If we click on expected output, this is the output we should get after writing and running our code. If we click on get hint again, we can see some keywords we can use. So we can use the select statement, concat, round, count, and where. These are just solution suggestions. And if we click on get hint again, we can see a portion of the solution so that we can have an idea on how to solve this problem. But we will do it ourselves. And I encourage you to pause the video and try to do it yourself. And if you are stuck or you are unable to continue, or if you don't get the correct solution, you can resume the video and you can compare my solution with yours and you can follow me. Okay, so let's read the question and let's try to understand it and break it down and do the solution step by step. So it says, show the percent of patients that have M as their gender. I believe M is for males. Round the answer to the nearest hundredth number and in percent form. Okay, so let's say that, so the first part says, show the percent of patients that have M as their gender. So if we have, for example, 100 patients and 50 of them are have M in the gender column, that means that the percent is going to be 50%. But if we had like 50.1, we have to round that number to the nearest hundredth. So in that case, it will be, instead of 50.1, it will be just 50. And also we need to show in percent form. So it has to be, we need to show the percent sign at the end of the number. So yeah, that's it. Let's begin. So first, I'll use the select statement, and then I'll use concat because I want to show a number and then a string, or a float and then a string. Then I will round because it says that I need to round. So I just need to, so to get the percent, I need to count how many patients there are. So in this case, we have 4,050. Okay, I can count, for example, select count distinct patient ID from patients. If I run this query, I get 4,530 patients. Okay, and then I need to count how many of them have M in the gender column. So I can count everything from patients where gender equals M. So if I run this, I know that I have, there are 2,468 males or patients with M as the gender. So that's close to half. Remember, the number of all patients was 4,530. So I'll just write it. So total number of patients is 4,530, and the total M is 2,468. So I need to show the percent. So this amount, what is the percent from the total? So for that, I need to make a formula. So that formula will be, I need to, if this is if this is 100%, what is the percent in this case? So I need to multiply this number by 100 and then divide that number by the total number of patients. So I'll do this. So select, okay, I need to to again count everything, and I need to divide that by this number, and that number I got it from doing by counting everything from patients. So what I'm doing here is I'm doing a subquery. I'm writing a query inside another query. So I want a query to give me this number and another query to give me this one. So I already have this one. The count, which is going to give me this number, and this query is going to give me this other number, and I'm going to divide. Okay, I need to divide this one by this one, so this was wrong. I need to do this. Select account everything from patients where gender equals M. Okay. And okay, I have this one. So if I run it, it's going to give me the total males. And I need also to divide that by select count everything. Oops. From patients. Okay, I have 0. Why? Because I forgot to multiply this by 100. And now I have 54. But in the expected output, I need to also show the decimals. So instead of just multiplying by 100, I need to multiply by 100.0. So that's going to turn this number into a float data type. So you can see I get now the decimals, but I only want the first 2 decimals and not this long number. So I need to round all of this. Oh, so maybe this is getting a little bit hard to understand. Okay, so I'm getting this number, I'm multiplying by 100, I'm rounding it to only show the first 2 decimals. And then I'm almost done. I just need to include the percent sign. So to do that, I need to concat this result just to make it more clearer. And I'm concatenating, combining it with the percent sign. So as you can see, if you get confused with all this parentheses, okay, so I'm concatenating all of this. So I'm combining this result, and at the end I'm placing the percent sign, and I'm rounding this result and just to 2 decimals, and the result is the counting of the patients who have M as their gender, so this number. I'm multiplying this number by 100, and that's just going to give me this number, and I'm dividing this number by this number, which is the total number of patients, and that number is from this query. So I'm doing that, and if I run this query, I should get the correct answer. So you can see we get the correct answer. Here are some alternative solutions. And Okay, that's it for this query. If you find it useful, don't forget to follow me, and I'll see you in the next video. Bye. In this video, we are going to solve a difficult SQL problem or a hard SQL problem. So to do that, we need to head to sqlpractice.com. Then we need to select Hospital DB, and we need to click on View All Questions. Difficulty, we are selecting hard, and we scroll down until we see the question which says, for each day, display the total amount of admissions on that day. Display that amount change from the previous day. We select that one, and the link of this website is going to be in the description. Then we need to get rid of this, and we can begin solving this problem. So before doing that, we can take a look at the table we have. So this is the admissions table, which with information about the admission for each patient in a hospital. So the day they entered the hospital, the day they left the hospital, and the diagnosis they got. Here is the expected output. You can see we have an admission date, an admission day, an admission count, change, and that's all. The result is 365 rows long. And if we click on get hint again, we get some keywords, for example, with, count, group by, order by, lag, over, descending. So these are just some statements we can use in SQL. And if we click on solution portion, we get a portion of the solution so that you can have an idea or get an idea on how to solve it. Okay, so let's solve it by ourselves. I first suggest to you to solve it first on your own. And if you are unable to do it, or if you are stuck, or if you cannot get the correct solution, or even if you get the correct solution and you want to compare how you did with ours, you can resume the video. Okay, so let's do it. So first we need to understand the question very well. So I'll read the question and break it down step by step. So it says, for each day, display the total amount of admissions on that day. Display the amount changed from the previous day. Okay, so let's understand the question. It says that we need to display each day, and if we see the expected output here, we have the admission date. So it's from 2018 or the 6th of June of 2018, and then the 7th of June of 2018, and then the 8th. So it goes all the way, showing every day, every distinct date in the date column. So if you see we have 365 rows, maybe it's a whole year. So we need to select that first. So we need to select distinct and admission date from the admissions table. So if I run this query, I get all the dates. I can order by admission date. So if I run this query, okay, I get the exact same column as this one. Okay, so this is just one part, but we also need to show this column, admission day. So that column, it's going to be the total amount of admissions on that day. So I need to count how many people attended the hospital each day. So for example, how many went in the 6th of June of 2018. So to do that, I need to count, and I can count the admission date as well. And since I'm counting, I need to group by, and I can get rid of distinct here, and I'm grouping by admission date. So in this case, it's just counting how, for example, how many times 2018, sorry, it's the 6th of June of 2018 appears, and how many times this date appeared in the table. So if I run this query, I get the second column. So you can see in the first date, there were 17 people attending. In the second, 9 and 9 and 18. So as you can see, it's exactly the same as the expected output. I need just to give an alias to this column. So it's going to be admission day. Okay, so we got that one. And then it says, also display the amount changed from the previous date. So I need also to show this column. This is a little bit hard because I need to, for example, say what was the change in amounts one day versus the previous day. So for example, the first day attended 17 people, or 17 people went to the hospital. The next day, only 9 went to the hospital. So if we make 17 minus, 9 minus 17, or I can do the 9 minus, select 9 minus 17. Okay, let's see if I can run this. Yes, if I run this, I get minus 8. So the difference is that from the first day to the second day, the difference is 8 people. So 8 people less went to the hospital. But if it increased, for example, if I return to this query, so for example, okay, the third day, 9 people went to the hospital. And the fourth day, 18 people went to the hospital. So more people went that date than the previous day. So in this case, it's going to be 18 minus 9. So in that case, it's going to show 9. So it's exactly as here it is. So for example, you can see minus 8. And because that's the difference between these 2 days, and between the fourth and third day, 9 people more went the fourth day compared with the third day. And comparing the third day with the second day, like there were no difference. So there was no difference. So 0 people in like what's the difference between those 2 days. So I need to show that. So how am I going to do that? To do that, I need, like we say, we need to subtract, for example, the second day minus the first day. So I need to admission, so I need to do the same, count admission date minus itself, but but I need the previous one. So to do that, I'm using the lag function. So this lag function is going to just give me the previous row, the previous value in the previous row. So I'm going to do the same count, and I'm counting the admission date, and I need to close the parentheses, and I need to say over. Okay, I'm lagging that over. I need to say order by admission date as admission count change. So that's the name of the column. Okay, so maybe I can format it a little bit better. So you can see I'm like showing the same, like the second column, the admission day, this one, but I'm subtracting it by itself, but lag one row, and I'm ordering by the admission date, just as it is here. And now if I run this query, we should get everything correct. So as you can see, that wasn't as easy as other SQL problems we have solved, but I hope this video is useful and helpful so that you can understand and you can enhance and improve your skills. As you can see, there are many other solutions to this problem. Some are more complex than others, but I think this is the easier one. So that's it, and I'll see you in the next video. Hi, in this video, we are going to solve an an advanced difficult SQL problem. So to do that, we need to head to sqlpractice.com. This is the website where you can practice your SQL skills. Then we need to select Hospital DB because we will be working with hospital data. Then we need to click on View All Questions. Then we click on Difficulty Hard. And then we scroll down until the last one, which says sort the province names in ascending order in such a way that the province Ontario is always on top. We select that one. Then we get rid of this so that our environment is clean. And now we can take a look at the table. So we have a province names table. If we click on the green arrow, we can see the rows inside. And if we click on the expected output, this is the output we should get after writing and running our code. If we click on get hint, we can see the solution keywords, for example, order by and case. If we click on get hint again, we can see a portion of the solution so that we can have an idea on how to approach it. Okay, so now I encourage you to solve it on your own, do it yourself. And if you are stuck or if you don't know how to approach to it, or if you don't get the correct solution, you can always come back and resume the video. And even if you did it correct, you can compare your result with mine. So let's do it together now. First, we need to understand the question, and I'll break it down for you step by step. So it says, sort the province names in ascending order in such a way that the province Ontario is always on top. So it seems easy. So it says sort the province names. So we have a province name column, and I can begin by doing that. Select province name from the table, which is province names, and I'll sort in ascending order. So I also order by province name, ascending order. I close the query, I run it, and here you can see the provinces sorted in alphabetical order. If I compare it with the expected output, we see that we don't have the correct solution yet, because it says in a way that the province Ontario is always on top. So as you can see, we have sorted in alphabetical order just as the expected output, but in this case the difference is that Ontario always appears at the top. Then the next rows are sorted in alphabetical order except for the first row. So we need to do that, or to solve that. And in that case, we need to do the following. I'll get rid of this, and I will do kind of sort of a subquery, but in this case, I will order by, and I'll use a case when province name equals Ontario, then 0, else 1. Okay, so I'll just do this and I'll say end. Okay, so what's happening here? Okay, what I'm doing is the following. For example, if I just do this so that you can understand, select from province names. Okay, if I, for example, run this query, this is just an example, you can see that, okay, I'll just select province name, comma, and then case. Okay, so I'm doing this. When the province name is Ontario, it's going to get a 0. So you can see Ontario gets a 0 in another column. Instead, it's getting a number 1. So Alberta, British Columbia, Manitoba, all the other provinces get a number 1. All of them but Ontario. So I'm doing that, and so that what it's going to do is that, oh sorry, is that at the time I need to sort. I can sort by multiple criteria. So the first criteria is going to be this one. So in this case, it's going to order by the number. So in this case, the province which has the number, the lowest number, is going to appear first. Okay, so that's the first criteria in the order by. And then, so for example, if I run this query, you can see that we have Ontario, and I could just specify, I got the query correct, but I could just specify, for example, another criteria. So in this case, could be order by, after doing that, or order by province name in ascending order. So in this case, first is going to order by the number. So in this case, Ontario had 0, so it also goes to the top, and then it's going to order by, after after meeting this requirement, it's going to sort by the name of the province in alphabetical order. So that's what gave us the correct solution. So you can see this is the solution. It's the same as the one the website provided, but here are some other alternative solutions you can come across and use it to solve this problem. So that's it for now, and I'll see you in the next one.